What's going on, everybody? How's it going? Who we got in the house? Who do we have? Chad's here. Whitney's here. What's up, Whit? MacDizzle. You guys, I'm trying StreamYard again, and I don't know if I'm liking it. I don't know if I'm liking it. I don't like this all up in your face. I don't know if I like it, y'all. Don't know. How you guys doing? MacDizzle's in the house. Mollywood Kush. What up, what up, what up? Cindy from sunny South Florida. Cat's here. How's it going? The Viking woman. Mystical. Oh, I'm having fun with this, I guess. We'll figure it out. So we're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on Twitch. And it says here that we're supposed to be streaming on X too, but it says I need a premium account to create live broadcast. So I guess we're not streaming on X. Whatever. And I guess there's a vertical live too. I don't know. Is anybody on the vertical live? Let me see. I see that there's 12 people here on the vertical lives. Okay. A little weird. I don't know. I don't know if I like the vertical lives, but whatever. Central Florida is in the house. What's up? What's up? Nightbot is in the house too. I did not like vertical. It's weird, right, Viking woman? Yeah, so you guys definitely do not have to use it. Let me see. I'm looking for a live stream here. This is going to be an open panel live hangout session, whatever you guys want to call it. Let me go ahead and share this really quick because I came across this live. Let me see. It's a really old live that Lauren Conlin did with SF Investigates. And let me go ahead and share this really quick. Cool. What's up, everybody? I know Cat's here. We're experimenting here. So we're just going to have to make do for now. But how do you guys like this background? Do you guys like this background that I made? For those of you guys that are in vertical, you guys are definitely not going to see it, but I know. Everybody just kind of being separated is a little odd. Some love it. I know. There's actually a lot more people in the vertical lives than there are in the regular ones, so we're going to have to make do with it. Yeah, type of 1 if you guys are in the vertical live, and type of 2 if you guys are in the regular one. Does it look good? You guys like this? I don't know. I just tried whipping something up before I came on live. But anyways, I found... Oops, let me see. I got to show this really quick. I found this live that Lauren Conlin did with SF Investigates, and I just wanted to rewatch it because this one is 5 months old, but I've never seen it before. And while I was skimming through the whole entire thing, I noticed that they were on for an entire hour. So we've never really seen SF Investigates do a really long, let me see. I might scoot over to the landscape. Yeah, if you guys don't like the vertical one, just make sure you're coming out to the landscape one. Let me see. It says that we have 125 viewers, which is very odd for a show like this. I don't know if that means there's a shit more ton in the vertical. Let's see. Yeah, there's about 74 people watching in the vertical. Wow, crazy. Anyways, you guys, let's go ahead and check this out because we've got Lauren Conlin and who is this? Lauren Conlin and SF Investigate. So they did a whole hour live. And I thought there was some pretty good information. Again, this is old, right? So just keep in mind there's going to be a lot of things that are probably said here that are a little different from what we know today just because this was 5 months ago, right? I'm going to try playing this. If there's an echo, I need you guys to let me know, because that means I have to mute my microphone. And we're going to have to mute the microphone and then play the audio. So we're going to give it a try. Let me know.
Friday. I'm your host, Lauren Conlin. Welcome to Pop Crime TV. So Steve Fisher of SF Investigates should be joining me shortly. I'm going to try to open up my screen a little bit. All right, get this image back up on the screen of what I believe to be Celeste. I mean, you know, we're clearly not sure about anything at this point, but hi Phil, hey Afton, hey Mare, hi Sheila, hey Superstar. Let me add this. Okay, make myself a little bigger. All right, so this picture right here is the photo that has been going around, and that's taken from a video at the end of August at one of David's concerts. Many people believe this to be Celeste. I think this also looks like Celeste, which, if it is, you know, it could help police with a timeline should they need this type of help. But really, the reason that I wanted to grab Steve and you know, get his thoughts on a lot of this stuff is because, you know, we are all speculating. That's all anyone can do right now. And me personally, I want to make sure that my speculations are not harmful, that they are not wild, and that they're just, you know, respectful speculations. And so I think a lot of things this week, you know, that Steve actually pointed out made me think a few different ways. And I've put out a bunch of videos about this, but I think that for me, something that Steve said, and I also emailed the medical examiner's office again myself, just to see if they had anything different to say while I am waiting on, you know, the rest of the documents and the autopsy. It was LAPD that said that Celeste was dismembered. And they said this to TMZ. And that kind of became the.
I'm going to pause it, or not pause it, but I'm going to skip over to the part where SF Investigates kind of hops in, because she's just kind of talking. Let's just see.
Goes, there's Steve, yay.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Oh, I'm so happy to have you. We've all been like, yeah, going over theories. But Steve, a theory I was just.
Okay, so Mollywood asks, did this turn out to be her, or was it the other Celeste? So that photo that we just saw of that person at the concert was taken in August. So, I mean, to me, that doesn't make sense. If the Tesla was moved, to its final destination on July 29th, there's absolutely no way that I believe that it could be her. But I don't know. Am I tripping? Neither. It's just some woman at David's show, is what David is guilty says. Not her, then, in my opinion. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Looking at your Twitter with the car and the dent in the back, and Phil had said the rear damage on the Tesla could have been from hitting a person. What do you think about that?
I mean, it could, you know, I've thought about that. You can't rule it out. Although I know that there was an interview, and I have not talked to the person, but somebody apparently talked to a neighbor that had just gotten back in town, and they said that they noted that well, he had seen them both together quite a bit, but also tried to talk to him about the damage, like what happened. So it seems like it's been there maybe for a while, but the car's trashed.
Yeah, and it wasn't reported stolen, I saw. And yeah, Phil's saying, well, why would he not get it fixed ASAP? You know what, like, and right, like a guy like that, you've got people that do this stuff for you.
Sure.
It's kind of weird.
It is, and it's an expensive car. So I think he paid 102 or 104,000 for it.
And so David is guilty said Celeste likely died before May, when the Tesla was parked all over the neighborhood, which I believe too, right? I think there's a possibility that I think as early as late January, February is the timeline that I agree with more. I don't know. What about you guys? What does everybody else think? I'm gonna turn off the comments for now. Don't mind if Nightbot is just throwing some stuff out there. I have Nightbot set up to just kind of randomly make comments. Catsier says January. Makes sense.
And it's not that old. It's 2023, you know.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't know, but it's trashed the whole way around now, because they also noted damage on the right side of the vehicle, you know, which was up against the curb. So either he's just a horrible driver, or whoever's been driving is a horrible driver, or I don't know. The main thing to me is like how dirty the car is, because
really quick, you guys, I dropped the link down in the chat. If you guys want to hop on the show and you guys want to join the live panel, go ahead and click the link. David is guilty. You'd be a good guest. I know that you're active in the Reddit. So if you want to come in and hop on and, you know, join the chat, be my guest.
Like, listen, living in LA, I mean, that can happen. And what I originally thought was it was probably the sprinklers from the because that house that he's parked by has a ton of vegetation, and maybe it was the sprinklers. But the thing is, it's on the other side of the vehicle too. So I think that car has been there a long time, because to get that much buildup on the windshield, it takes a while, you know.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
haven't had rain here.
Totally. Go ahead.
And we haven't had rain here, so it's not from like a rainstorm, you know.
Okay. Do you know anything factual about the quote unquote cameras being turned off in the Tesla?
No,
No.
no, I haven't heard anything about that. I mean, obviously that Tesla's got a lot of cameras, but if it's been sitting there a long time, I don't know, and I don't know the answer to this, but I don't know how long it'll maintain a charge while it's just sitting, you know. I know that they do become a brick after a certain, you know, amount of time, and then once, if you let that happen, it can be a real problem. But you know, who knows how long it's been sitting there, if it'll maintain whatever charge it had, you know.
Yeah, I just Googled that. I just said, how long does a Tesla battery die if it's full after sitting dormant? If it's left unplugged, a fully charged battery can drain to empty in as little as 2 to 3 months. Okay. So
Okay.
it was most likely pretty full, I guess, because it's probably a
Yeah, I mean, if it was full, I mean, with a car that's not maintained like that, I guess you could argue, you know, it seems like it was being parked on the street, even by when it was by his house and not in the garage. So it probably wasn't plugged in after every use like a lot of people do. You know, I was at the house the other day, and there was other vehicles in the garage. So there, it looked like another Tesla to me, a red one. So although, you know, that could have been the manager's car, who knows, it could have been another one.
What's up, stars? I left the link. If you scroll up. So Rila D, no, this is actually not new. So I was saying earlier that this is an old interview. And what we like to do is we like to go over some of the old interviews that SF does, just so we can kind of review some of the things that he's talked about to see if there's anything new that we can kind of, you know, put 2 and 2 together, which has happened a few times before, you know, and we go back and watch some of his lives. So we just kind of go back and watch some of the stuff that he said. But there were some good things that he talked about that I totally forgot or I didn't even know, right? And this is the first time that I've seen SF Investigates do an entire podcast. So this is about an hour worth of SF Investigates just kind of talking. Stars, I put a link in the chat. So if you want to hop on the panel and join us, be my guest. I dropped the link there too. So if you want to join, the floor is yours.
Of his, but I don't think this one was charged, you know, daily. But who knows? It might have been, you know.
Did you see them moving stuff out of the house? That was reported. I think it was by the Daily Mail that they were just moving out. I mean, or they said they broke their lease, but did you see any boxes or anything like that?
Yeah, I saw a little bit, you know, and I didn't spend a lot of time there. I live in the area, so it's I saw I did see somebody coming out of the house, and the garage door. They were actually moving another vehicle
Hey,
in the garage, which is the red one. At first, I thought it was parked, it was backed in, so it was like the nose pointing out. At first, I thought it looked like a Porsche, but then when they pulled it out, I'm pretty sure it was a Tesla.
Okay. Yeah. Ashley says the red Tesla was registered to Josh Marshall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so
So
now we know, right, that the red Tesla is not registered to Josh Marshall. That was in fact registered to Rob Morganroth.
I am curious to know your thoughts on there was an interview done on Banfield with someone from TMZ last night, and they were discussing the fact that David's quote unquote friends had seen Celeste and David out together, appearing as a couple. But then she seemed to contradict herself a bit and say, well, we never saw them, or the friends said they never saw them kissing, showing any type of PDA, whatever. I guess I'm just confused. Isn't that a little just contradicting? If they're a couple, how do you know they're a couple if they're just standing side by side? I don't quite understand how you come to that conclusion if they've never kissed, they've never, just because they're a boy and a girl. I don't know.
Well, so let's say they were just friends. I mean, the fact is, I think it's going to be very hard for him to say that he
Stars, we can see you regardless. I think there's multiple, and I don't know how I like this, you guys. It's kind of confusing, but I'm not gonna lie, there are more people in the vertical chat, in the vertical live, than there are in the regular one. So I ain't hating. I ain't mad. I'm not mad. Yay.
he did not know that she was a missing person. From what I understand, from what I've heard, is that the first time she was found, she was found there, and then the second time she came home on her own. I know somebody that wrote an email to Josh and people very close to Josh saying she's there, she's a missing person, and literally the next day she showed up. She came back by herself. So he can't say he didn't know. Now, even let's say there was nothing sexual going on or whatever, she's still a 12 or 13-year-old, and you can't.
I had no idea SF Investigates had a whole sleeve tattoo. That's crazy.
Keep her from her family. You can't harbor her. So it's still a crime. Now, do I think there was something more going on? Because I have a little common sense. Yeah, I think probably. Can I prove that? Absolutely not. But I think what can be proven is that there's probably a report out there that from when she was.
Oh, hold on. Wait, what? Cindy just gifted 5 memberships, yo. Thank you. Shout out to Cindy. Oh, that was loud. Thank you so much, Cindy. It's so late. Appreciate that. Thank you. Who was gifted? If you guys were gifted a membership, please make sure you thank Cindy in the chat, you guys. And don't forget, we got a Discord where it pops off.
Picked up. I don't know if it was Lake Elsinore or if it was LAPD that actually picked her up in the Hollywood Hills, but she was picked up there, and there will be a report on that. Now, she's a minor, so that will be sealed from us, but law enforcement has access to it, and so does prosecutors, and it's gonna be really hard for them to get away from the harboring, knowing she was missing, and that it's a serious crime. They're keeping her out of school, all types of things, and the it's not just David. Josh is going to have a huge problem here, as is Interscope, I think.
I mean, I had said just before you got on, I guess I know that he's making more money than ever with his streams right now. Very successful. We all are very morbidly curious, I guess. Could this be the one reason that they're not dropping him from Interscope? Because that's me. And I'd be like, sorry, we don't know him.
Well, so I think the problem they have, obviously they have clauses in their contracts, moral clauses, so they can be dropped if something like that. Yeah. But these managers and I've listened, growing up here, I know people that for a long time back, but that have been in this industry, and that almost that same type of young blowing up situation. These managers know every single thing about these people's lives. They're literally like these young artists. They're on the phone with them all day long. I need this done. I need this done to get this happen. It's like a manager, a therapist, and an assistant, all kind of wrapped in one. Listen,
Yeah.
they know everything, and Celeste was not exactly a secret. Obviously, we know there's a lot of people that knew about her. There's a lot of people that knew she was underage, and there's people that were in the Discord saying, "Hey, what about the missing girl from Lake Elsinore? When are you gonna?" That's gonna be a problem, and Josh's gonna have a problem getting away from that because she was in that house, and you know.
Well, I mean, yeah, correct. We know she was in the house.
Mm,
People saw her, witnesses saw her go in the house. I'm assuming camera footage
yeah,
collected that as well, possibly Tesla footage, because I'm sure she
sure.
drove in the car with him. If she's seen with him here, seen with him there. Also, there's got to be security footage around LA, around the Hollywood Hills. They're probably scouring through as well. I
Oh yeah.
thought of all this, but also I hate to I was on a show the other night, and one of the journalists really he came down on the family. And I think
Mm,
there
yeah.
will be a time to come down on the right now. I feel horrible for them. I feel so bad for what they're going through. But there was something that struck me when her brother reactivated her Instagram, which,
Mm,
by the way, was something like,
Sorry about
nope.
that.
no, you're so popular.
Damn. SFS case had one of those scream ringtones. Do you like scary movies?
It was something like Blunt Lover, and I think she made that when she was 12, which is so sad and so concerning. And God, I don't want my kids to grow up. Sorry. So,
Yeah.
he said,
And just so you guys know, the whole Dean Blunt lover, it's an artist. There's an artist called Dean Blunt. So she's not saying like she loves smoking blunts. Dean Blunt.
in his stories, okay, he wrote, "We lost our girl." Instead of maybe talking about how much they miss her, how horrible this is there, but he wrote, "We did everything we could." Flyers, TikTok,
Hmm.
Facebook, even our family in Mexico searched for her.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I found that to be just a little bit like, oh, let me prove that we did
Miss
stuff
Italy,
type of
welcome.
thing, which I'm
Yeah.
not blaming them. I'm not blaming them.
Yeah.
I just that wouldn't be one of my first phrases, I guess, to the public.
I'm not gonna lie, David is guilty. I've never listened to any of his music. I don't know. I don't know if I need to. Do I? Does anybody recommend? I mean, I know there's a lot of fans, right? I don't know if it's my cup of tea.
Like, look what we
Yeah.
did. We put up flyers.
That's
So
right.
I
Right.
was a little bothered by that, I guess, because he was the one that also said she was supposed to go meet David for a movie, I guess. And I'm not judging anyone.
Sure.
Everyone's parenting style is different. I know my parents, if I was 12 or 13, they're
Mhm.
driving me places. They're not letting me
Yeah.
get in the car with anyone who can drive
Right.
unless
This is Italy, so it's good. You know what? I got to take some time to listen to his music. I know he's a big artist, so I definitely should check it out. Nene, what's up, Nene? Welcome.
older sister. But I mean, tell me your thoughts on that. Have you spoken with her family, with her brother, or anything? Sorry, that was a long wind
No.
up.
Yeah. I have not spoken directly to the family, but I have spoken to people that know them well, and people that were involved in that, looking for her the first time. And I'll say, as the only thing I do is missing person cases. That's it. And a large percentage of that is runaways. And I'll tell you that it becomes um, CPS and
Hey, baby, what's up? Welcome.
pieces of art worthless as far as I'm concerned. So these families, when they become habitual runaways, which I do not believe in like law enforcement does. After they've run away once, they're a habitual runaway. Write them off. They're just hope for the best. I don't
Mhm.
think that is the way to do it. But I also see these families where they're like, what do we do? They just keep, how do I can't keep them on a leash. And there does become a point sometimes where the family's like, okay, thank God they're safe where they are right now. Like, well, I develop maybe a solution and try and get help. And these are families sometimes that have means to do that. And now have a family that, with what's going on in Los Angeles right now with ICE and everything, that might not be a
Yeah.
fully documented family. They don't want to have contact with law enforcement.
Yeah.
And I think that that's part of the thing. I don't think the father is even in the
Oh,
country. And I think the mother is not fully documented. And I think it's scaring them to death. And like, okay, we got to interact with law enforcement, but if we do, are we just going to be picked up and deported? And I
that's
think,
tough.
yeah. So I think that comes into it. But then also, I think that what they're trying to probably trying to push
Right,
back.
808 TV, right? How you letting your kid off with a whole grown man? I think that's a question that all of us like to know, right? I mean, there's rumors that the parents potentially may have been receiving some compensation just to kind of keep quiet, right? I mean, obviously none of that has been proven, right? But that's just been speculation that's been going around. What do you guys think? You guys think the parents were receiving something to keep it on the hush hush?
And I have not talked to them to survey knows, but I'm just
Okay.
guessing. I think they're also trying to push back against, oh, you guys like sold her into this. I think they're trying to say we were looking for her, which it appears the first time they were, from what I've heard, because I've talked to people that were involved with that kind of going door to door effort. And the initial, they did send me like the initial missing persons flyers the first time, which had like the mom and dad or the mom's cell phone.
David is guilty. This is the first time that I'm seeing your actual profile picture up close. I think it's hilarious. You see Tommy in his orange jumpsuit. That's hilarious.
Number on it. So they were looking. I'm not so sure that was the case the last time, which has been going a long time.
Mhm.
I do think that there's probably a good idea where she was at, and
Yeah.
there's going to be some tough questions to answer about that.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's a really good point. Her family wasn't documented. That makes things very tough. I know that there were reports of her sister who went into a local liquor store because the owner had
Yeah,
seen Celeste with a backpack as well. And now,
yeah.
when I had started the stream and we were waiting on you, I pulled up the alleged picture of her at a concert, one of his last concerts in August of 2025.
Yeah, the one where
No,
she's on the balcony or a person's
yeah,
balcony.
yeah. I mean, it does look just like her. I
Mhm.
don't know if you think that as well. I also was just thinking, if that is
Going
her,
in on them, Dave.
why do you think her digital footprint hadn't really been seen since July
Yeah,
of 2025?
I don't think it's her because so what a couple people that
You
live in
don't
that neighborhood.
think it's her?
I
Sorry.
don't her, no.
Oh.
The brother, whoever she's with up there, is
Ooh.
fairly.
Hold on really quick. Let me go ahead and add Stars to the stage. Stars is one of our mods here and a good friend of the channel. Stars, welcome.
Whoa, I just imagine Eric Cartman walking out right now, like, oh, Fyo, Fyo. That's
Oh,
me.
yeah. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me. Hi, everybody.
What's up? What's up? What's up? So Stars is a good friend of the channel, and Stars is part of a good group of people that scour the Reddits and do a lot of research and digging on this case. So she's contributed a lot to finding out information. I guess the term that people kind of labeled it is internet sleuths, right? Armchair detective. Um, so how's it going?
Going good.
It looks like you have a fan base in the chat.
Oh, you're a star. Thank you.
Oh, that's Dubs. That's my brother.
Oh, I'm
My
not going
brother.
to tell you what about you, Dubs. No, I'm just kidding.
So how's it going? Anything new?
Well, here we are, as Steve Fisher so beautifully put it. 6 months in, no
That's
arrest.
right. Actually, let me go ahead and bring that up because he did put out a tweet earlier today, right? Let me go ahead and find that really quick. So here we are. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So it says, today marks 6 months since Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found dismembered in the front trunk of a Tesla owned by David Burke, also known as D4VD. She had been viciously hacked apart and placed into 2 bags. Celeste was only 14 years old when she was killed. Now, till this day, no one has been charged or arrested. In other cases involving murdered children, such as Melody Buzzard, or the recent case of the 2 young girls found dead in suitcases, law enforcement and prosecutors held public news conferences, which is so true, right? But in this case of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, there has never been one. That's sad. I didn't realize that there hasn't even been one. Instead, there's been what appears to be an ongoing effort to keep people quiet and to seal records from public view. Meanwhile, the individuals responsible for killing her and cutting off her limbs are still living among us as free citizens. How many times can a young girl who lived to be 14 be failed? Maybe this case needs new investigators and prosecutors. Stars, what are your thoughts on this?
I definitely am not happy with the LAPD and the prosecutor's office. As clearly SF states, Melody Buzzard is an excellent example. The FBI was involved, and look, they found her body. They knew exactly what happened to her, and they arrested the person who did it, and she is in jail right now. I mean, how hard is it? It's not that hard. It's a child. This isn't an animal that nobody cares about. This is somebody who people loved and miss.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it took, I don't know, how many weeks was it before Melody Buzzard was discovered? Anybody in the chat remember? Let's see. When was this? This was what, back in, was it 2025 still?
Yeah, 2025 still.
Okay, so she went missing in October of 2025. Let's see. And then the day that Ashley Buzzard was arrested, I'm opening up this blog right now from the Santa Barbara Sheriff's December, October, November, December. So 2 months is how long it took for the sheriffs to find and discover Melody Buzzard and then place the mother, Ashley Buzzard, under arrest. And it's crazy because they did find her remains in another state, so that she was found in Utah, right?
Mm-hmm.
The remains of Melody Alani Buzzard, a 9-year-old child reported missing from the Lompoc area in October 2025, have been located in a rural area outside of Caneville, Utah, and that her mother, Ashley Lynn Buzzard, has been arrested for her murder. That's wild.
And they dug up her concrete floor. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And they really didn't hold back. They were.
Let me see. Miss Italy says you definitely need to watch some of his videos and listen to her music. I believe it's all relevant to her case. It's also strange. Whose music, Miss Italy? Let's not forget. So Viking Woman said, let's not forget they went across state lines and still got her mother in cuffs before we had any info on the poor Celeste. 100%, right? Yeah, it's really sad. We don't have any update to know if SF Investigates is on this case or not. I mean, not SF Investigates, I'm sorry, FBI is on this case. Deladank, welcome, Deladank.
Well, I can say this about the FBI. You know, the Epstein files have been released. This is so weird. I know this is weird. But in the Epstein files, some of the things that they included are actually emails sent from the FBI, like a monthly FBI newsletter. And the emails that they have released that I saw go all the way up until December of 2025. And whenever I was searching through the files, I'm searching for all types of connections to this case. And searching through for 764, I started to see these FBI newsletters. And in the FBI newsletters, every single month in 2025, they talk about the 764. And as we get to October, November, December, you see them talking about Melody. They never once talk about Celeste or David. Never once.
Not once, right? And even as of late, with all the information that's coming out, even with the release of all the court documents, right? The 150 pages that SF Investigates put out, media outlets like TMZ have stayed absolutely silent, right? They have not mentioned a single thing about David's court appearances. Am I correct?
Silence.
I don't think I've heard from them at all since those court documents have come out.
And they were the ones who reported dismemberment. Haven't said a single thing since being told that they were right.
You're 100% correct. Deladank said not a single thing. Yeah, 808 TV 24 says TMZ was friends with his lawyer. Absolutely. I think they're still friends, if I'm not mistaken. They are vacation buddies, right? Harvey Levin and Blair Burke, they are really good friends. Yep, Harvey Levin is good friends with his defense lawyer. So, I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to hear anything from TMZ regarding this until maybe, there's an arrest that comes up. But is that going to be anytime soon? I don't know. I really don't know. It's hard to think that we're going to have an arrest anytime soon.
David's guilty said that he wonders if David's on Epstein's Island. Sadly, I hate to tell you all, but that island has been sold and is turning into a resort.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to hear anything else about anybody else that's been stuck on that island.
We won't be finding Nancy there.
Right? I don't know. That's a whole different story. And day, what are we on today? Day 33, 34? 28, or is it 36? What day are we on for the Nancy Guthrie case? 28 plus 8 is 36, isn't it? The guy who did Travis Scott's case is a new lawyer. So 808 TV, I think, well, you're not wrong, but I think the Travis Scott attorney is the attorney that's representing the family members. So I don't think he's necessarily representing D4VD. And I don't know if D4VD is going to let go of Blair Burke because she is one hell of an attorney, and she might be a good defense for him. Let's go ahead and continue this this podcast with Lauren Conlin and SF Investigates and Stars. If there's anything you want to go over, just tell me to stop and we'll talk.
Tall, good sized guy, and she's not super short compared to him. From what I've heard from the people that live in that neighborhood that have talked to me, have said that missing persons flyer on her that says she was 5'2" and 120 pounds. They're like, that's wildly wrong. She is at most 5'1" and not more than 100 pounds ever. So I think she's and I actually saw, because David's not a tall guy. He's pretty short. And I saw a picture the other day of them like going down like stairs, and it's from the back, and she's way shorter than him. And I think he's only like 5'4". I could be wrong about that, but I don't think that girl is her. I also don't think that. I think she would have had a problem traveling, even if you have a fake ID, as you know, you're not.
Brandon,
but in California, it's now mandatory to have a real ID or whatever they call it. The new upgrade, very enhanced ones. So I don't think it's her. I don't think she could get away with a fake ID as far as TSA goes. Now, if they were flying private, I get it, but I don't think they didn't fly private there. So I don't believe that's her. Plus, when I got the images yesterday from the parking enforcement officer, or the ones that the parking enforcement officer took when he was ticketing the car, that car has been there a while. That car's been sitting there a while. I mean, the windshield has.
So really quick, Mrs. Italy D said, I wonder if he's still in the country. He may be in Bali with the rest of them, those PDFs. It's a good question. Should I get a whiteboard? I know, I have a backdrop here, and as soon as I'm done like clearing out this house, after my roommate moved out, I'm going to be setting up this studio. So we're going to have like legit podcasts here. So hang tight, you guys. We got some stuff in the works. It's 2:29 and you have to be at work in 3 hours. So are you going to sleep or what? You never sleep though, Whitney. You're always up. What do you think, Stars?
Well, as far as where he could possibly be at, Miss Lauren here, she's the one who reported that he's in West Hollywood.
West Hollywood, right? That's right. Lauren Conlon was the first person who said that, and I don't know if she should have said that because I do remember that we were talking behind the scenes about potential whereabouts for him, and that came up. But I do remember the day after we had that conversation that she was the first person to report it. So I was like, "What the heck?"
Yeah.
But, you know, news travels fast, so yeah. All right, let's go ahead and continue. Hold on, let me see. Also, that lady at the concert is out in the open. Celeste always stayed covered up, hid her identity at that age. Very true, right? We've never seen any photos of Celeste where she wasn't wearing a hoodie out in the open, at least in his presence.
Just dirt just caked on it. And it takes a while to get like that. And
So
she's in the car.
you think it was longer then than the original August date? You think that that's just when a neighbor happened to see it or notice it?
From what I've been told, the people are very close to the family. Last time a family member knew of, had any contact, because I do think there was contact over the last year. I don't think she's been a missing person. It was July. I think she could have been there since July. I was told by people in that neighborhood that I was told that car had been there well over a month in that same spot. It had been moved around a few times, like in May and stuff, but it had been in that spot where it was.
Who said that? This is Italy D said that time change. Oh my God, let me tell you, that time change totally messed me up. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys. Last night I slept maybe around 3 o'clock, right? Because it should have been 2 o'clock. But as soon as 1 o'clock turned into 3, look, I woke up this morning, watched one live. I fell back asleep and I didn't wake up. This was at like 8 o'clock, and I didn't wake up until, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I didn't wake up until 4:30 p.m. You guys, what the hell? This time change really got me messed up.
Towed for more than a month.
Okay. I mean,
Indy
is not guilty. So who do they think is guilty then? I want to know.
Oh, say that again.
Somebody in the chat is going off saying David is not guilty and they're going to be at his trial. So I'm just curious who they think it is.
David is not guilty. He's getting framed. So Jay Bretty, I mean,
They aren't going to let you in the trial to prove anything. Literally, they're not going to. The case is sealed. They're not going to let you within a 10-foot radius of that courthouse.
Oh, absolutely. And he said Neo would have been ratted if that's the case. David didn't do it. And you know what? You are more than welcome to have your own opinion. We welcome that here, right?
I want to know. I want to know who you think is guilty. I mean, who do you think did this? Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, who? David is guilty asks, who are you, Zerks or a fan? Ooh.
If it's Zerks, I'm your number one fan.
I mean, yeah, Zerk. I'm not a fan. I just hate seeing a black man getting framed. And you know what? I mean, that's totally, I believe the same thing too, right? I'd hate to see a black man get framed too, but with the evidence that's out on the internet, there's a lot that says that he's potentially guilty, right? And maybe if not for the murder, at least with having a relationship with an underage girl, and that's going to be hard to deny. And we've talked about this before, right? We can almost guarantee that Celeste wasn't the only underage person that David, has had a relationship with. So I don't know. I mean, why hasn't he been booked yet? So much evidence proves it was him. There's a lot of people that are going to be involved, right? SF Investigates thinks that there's about 3 or 4 people that might be involved too. So, I think what they have to do is get his parents to testify, and we know that they're taking their time, right? They've been taking their time to make sure that they avoid having to testify against them. I mean, what parent wants to testify against their own child? 808 TV says, as a black woman, he's guilty as fuck. Lock him the fuck up.
You know, if David is not the person who committed the murder, I mean, sure, that could be a possibility. I'm not saying that it's not a possibility, but as of this moment, his name is listed on those court documents as being the target of a murder investigation.
That's
Nobody else is. Yeah,
that's
so
absolutely correct.
yeah.
Catcher says, practice court with us. You will be in there proving his innocence. Whitney says, as a fellow black person, let me be the one of the first to say, if you haven't heard it already, not all skin folk are kinfolk. Let them know, Whit.
I think they said something about why would they need so much testimony, and honestly, I'm not an expert and I'm not in law enforcement, but I'm gonna just say that I think it's because of the state that Celeste's body was found in. I mean, they cannot probably determine the cause of death, which is a big thing. So they're gonna have to rely on a lot of circumstantial evidence, and they're gonna have to rely on witness testimony, um, unless they have it like on film, right? But I don't think that they have it on film unless these people
Yeah,
really are.
I mean, let's be real. If they had anything on film, especially pertaining to her death, whether it was the day that she was murdered or the day or night that she was dismembered, this case would have been done long time ago, right? So obviously, I mean, I don't know what evidence they have, but if they had anything more than what we've seen, then they probably would have done something about it already. So yeah, witness testimony is probably going to be very, very important, when it comes to taking this guy to trial.
Yeah. And if people aren't willing to cooperate, I mean, from what we know, the only people we know who cooperated is Robert Morganroth. He was there for 3 days, allegedly. And we know that SF was summoned to testify via the toilet paper.
Mm,
So everybody else you've seen Neo have to be dragged out from underneath his mother's bed. We've seen David's parents and brother file court documents because they don't want to have to testify. Nobody wants to cooperate, and I think that's also what is. Oh, maybe I should get closer to my speaker. I think that's also kind of what's stalling this is that first of all, David's not cooperating. They they said that he's not cooperating. They at first said he was cooperating, but then they come out and afterwards and said that he's now a target of the investigation. That's like what, December or November that they did that. And at that
yep.
time, they said that he was not cooperating. And everybody had assumed that he had been cooperating, but they finally said it, he'd not been cooperating. So he's not cooperating. His best friend's not cooperating. His parents aren't cooperating. His brother's not cooperating. How are they going to be able to figure this out when those are the people who are photographed sitting next to Celeste? They need these people to talk.
They absolutely do. We have one of our good friends in the chat that says, as a black woman, that man absolutely hated women in general. What reason would anyone have to believe he was framed? It's a good point. And hey, I know y'all, how you doing? Mystical said most of the evidence is circumstantial, which is why they need as many witnesses accounts as possible. And I think that's a good point. They may not have a lot of evidence, but I think they have enough to bring charges against them, right?
I mean, I definitely think if they're looking at him for murder, they got enough. I don't know what I don't know what they're waiting for. I'm not the prosecutor.
I mean, hence the reason why SF Investigates put out this tweet today, right? This one right over here. Basically saying, I mean, it's been 6 months exactly from the day that she was discovered, right? How many times can a young girl who only lived to be 14 be failed? Jay Breddy, I mean, do you believe that he also was in a relationship with this girl? He said, I'll be the first one to tell you he's not going to be guilty.
You know, that'll be up to the jury to figure out. Jury of his peers. They'll have to look at the evidence.
Yep, 100%. So let's go ahead and continue this this conversation between Lauren Conlon and SF Investigates. And I did see a chat that asked if I could turn it up because the output was down. So I went ahead and did that for you guys.
That street parking is a nightmare in Los Angeles, right? Those streets happen to be, there's no restriction parking. You can park on those streets unless you abandon a vehicle. And I can tell you, you can't, there's cars along that street.
Oh, Whitney, welcome. I just saw you join.
Hi.
How's it going?
Hey, we don't need no sleep.
We don't no sleep, right? Team no sleep over here. How's it going?
Team no sleep. Hey, good, except for the fact I had to just pay $3.29 a gallon for gas.
Oh, well, guess what? It's $6 out here in LA. So if you ever want to come down here,
stop it,
and pay $6 a gallon, yeah, just literally went up like 60 cents overnight.
It's the same dead dinosaurs.
Yeah. Right?
That don't make any. I am so sorry. That's just disrespectful.
Yeah. I mean, what can you do though? You know, that's what happens when we live out here in LA or in California in general, right?
Well, hopefully the trade-off is better. You know, there's a whole reason to live down there and have to pay that outrageous price for gas.
Absolutely. So tell me, what are your thoughts on this whole case?
So I just want to pivot a bit, and for, you know, the people who, and I'm not going to bash them, the people who do think that he's innocent, and we have no alternatives for that. I just want to point out, if it was somebody from his label, why would they sacrifice their cash cow? It's not like he was a Kurt Cobain. It's not like he had legendary status. He has millions and millions of more to make this label. So why would anybody from his label find this girl, kill her, drain her of her blood, put it in his car, and then tell TMZ and then walk away? And if you're doing the alternative of, oh, well, it must have been like a psychotic fan. Again, a fan lured her, had a kill site, killed her, drained her, left no physical evidence whatsoever, stole his car keys, or made a clone of his key and put her in the car.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So, I mean, you know, you hear the stories about the music industry, right? And they do whatever they do to cover up their tracks. But I mean, they would do that to protect him? I don't know. I don't think so.
Children, just point that out also. Another child is going to do this?
Very true, right? I mean, we keep going back on the whole Nancy Guthrie case and those kidnappers, and we always the question comes up, you know, was this person a professional or was this person an amateur?
I personally, well, if we go by facts, the scientific fact, it took more than one person. We know that. The way, even though they haven't gotten into details of what was used, that was not a one-person job.
True. Yeah, absolutely true. But can you explain to the people that are listening, you know, that are in the chat, why you say that there was more than one person involved?
Oh, so before, when it was just speculation, we thought it could have been one person or could have been two. But now that the documents have come out in the way that her body was decapitated, and I'm trigger warning, her body, she was decapitated. I believe her head and her arms were in one cadaver bag, and then the rest of her was in another cadaver bag. And chopping up somebody is not like what you see in the movies. There's tissue, there's tendon. You know, when rigor mortis sets in, it's going to take one person to hold and one person to cut. Even if you have a power tool, it's going to be messy. It's not going to be like Saw, where it's 2 or 3 and then it's broken.
True.
And then also now we're looking at this, the logistics of it, where she would have to have been brought somewhere. Somebody would have had to be in charge of cleanup. Where did all the biochemical waste go? It was more than one person. Nobody has that time in their day, especially someone who's 19, 20, 21 years old. There's just no way.
So let's go ahead and bring back these court documents, right? So here, I'll just kind of read this paragraph right here in the appendix. It says a grand jury investigation is currently pending at the LA County Superior Court. The grand jury investigation will resume on February 4th. Caleb Burke's attendance would be only required on February 10th, and for as long thereafter until he is no longer needed, but for no more than 3 days. So here's the part where it goes into detail, right? It is alleged in this case that the target may be involved in the death of 14-year-old victim Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who may have been a victim of foul play. Now, here, that's the part that's important, right? They believe that there was foul play here. Her severely decomposed, dismembered body was found in the front trunk of target's Tesla on September 8th, 2025. Let's see where they go. I'm going to kind of skip this really quick. So it says, they talk about how they called police to come to the tow yard. It says LAPD detectives responded to the Hollywood tow yard to investigate. Detectives approached the vehicle, which was parked on the upper deck of the impound lot, and immediately noticed a smell of decaying biological matter consistent with a decomposing corpse coming from the front storage compartment of the vehicle. Detectives obtained search warrants for the vehicle, and when the front storage compartment was open, detectives observed a black cadaver bag covered with insects and a strong odor of decay. Utilizing black latex gloves, detectives partially unzipped the bag and observed a decomposed head and torso. So this was the bag at the top, right? Investigators and criminalists from the LA County Medical Examiners responded to the tow yard, processed the decomposed body. Upon removing the cadaver from the front storage, it was discovered the arms and legs had been severed from the body. And then it says here, a second bag was discovered underneath the cadaver bag, and upon opening the second bag, the dismembered body parts were discovered. Detectives were advised that on August 26, 2025, a citizen reported the above-mentioned Tesla was abandoned. Okay. This just kind of talks about the Tesla itself, blah, blah, blah. Then it talks about having Caleb. What are your thoughts? Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, my thought when I saw that was, I am really impressed that those tow yard workers did not say anything. Because if that was me at that job, or even the police that had to unzip that bag, I would need therapy.
Yeah, 100%, right? But here's the part that trips me out, right? So this was September 8th, right? So if you guys can just remember back when this car was first observed, right? The Tesla was officially observed initially observed on August 26th. So that's when there was an initial call that was called in either to the police department or Department of Transportation. And so I think the car was inspected and ticketed on the 27th. This was August 27th. And then I don't know if Department of Transportation or police officers came back on September 3rd and cited it again, right? Mm-hmm. The Tesla was then towed on September 5th. And then 3 days later is when they discovered the horrible smell coming from the Tesla. But my question is, though, is on August 26th, when they came around to inspect the car, did nobody smell anything?
What was the weather like there?
I mean, it's August, right? So August in LA, August, September would be the hottest months of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if we want to go and be specific, let's see. August 26th, 2025. Okay, so the temperature on August 26th, 2025 was 90 to 92 degrees outside, you guys. So it wasn't no winter night, you know?
See, and I get where you're going with this. Like, was the body in there the whole time, or did someone, put it in between it being ticketed and being towed? But I would think by now SF would have said, I have video of someone putting her in there instead of I have video of somebody moving the car.
And that's what we don't know, right? We do know that SF was able to see the person in the car moving the Tesla, but we don't know pretty much anything after that. But he does say that the car was moved on July 29th and it was picked up, let's just say September 8th, right? That's 41 whole days. 41 days from July 29th to September 8th that a body was just in the car. And
that's
nobody
some kind of cadaver bag.
Right? I mean, so I don't know. Something about this timeline is just, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. It's just like, it makes it hard to believe, that
this is what we were saying before, is that I feel all the information we got in the beginning was put out there to go with the narrative that they wanted us to believe. I don't believe they thought it would get this far. And that's why you have a lot of people who were very boisterous saying he has nothing to do with it. Innocent before proven guilty. Just because it's his car doesn't mean he had anything to do with it, are now silent. They're not keeping that same energy. So I think the timeline, in my opinion, is not correct.
Stars, what about you? What are your thoughts? We still have you, Stars?
Twinkle, twinkle. Still star.
All right, she'll probably come back when she can.
Yeah.
And so Stars put a comment too that said that she's been in there since February, in my opinion. And we know that let me find this ABC 7 D4VD. Let me find the article. I'm just looking. Okay, so it's this one right over here. So let me bring this over really quick. Then we'll share this. So this was a video that ABC7 put out September 10th. So this is 2 days after her body was discovered. Let's listen in.
It's been a really hot summer.
Oh, and in my headphones, it's going in through one side, so it might be a little difficult to hear. Just make sure you turn your audio up. Thank you, Ronan. Appreciate that.
Oh, this is upsetting.
Residents of this West Hollywood Bird Streets neighborhood are realizing tonight they've been unknowingly walking past a dead body for some time now. When this Tesla arrived at a Hollywood tow yard Monday morning, workers say the car was emitting a foul smell. It wasn't long before the decomposing body of a woman was discovered in the front trunk. It was the same smell these residents and their dogs have been smelling for more than a week now.
He took a very big interest in sniffing all of it. I'm just remembering something. I mean, this is going to sound horrible. So we would walk by the hedges and I'm like, the hedges always smell like something decomposing. And there's a lot of rats around in here, but there was always a smell. There was always a smell.
This man, who lives about 50.
So there was always the smell. There was always a smell.
Jesus.
Yards from where the car was parked, didn't smell anything, but says he did notice something seemed off.
The only thing odd was an out of a state license plate, and it was banged up and could moving from one place to other place.
The car, which has Texas plates, is registered to the singer David, who is from Texas. David, whose full name is David Anthony Burke, has 33 million monthly listeners on Spotify and 3.6 million followers on TikTok. He's currently in the midst of a world tour, performing tonight in Minneapolis. So far, there's been no comment from the singer, but incidentally, a second body was found in another impounded car today, this time in a burned out vehicle in South LA. This one is not believed to be connected to the Tesla. Police in the coroner's office are now working to determine who the victims are in both cases. In the WeHo case, Eyewitness News has learned the woman was small in stature, weighing less than 100 pounds, and had a tattoo on her right index finger reading SHHH.
Puzzled very surprised that hopefully they could find out what happened.
Thoughts, Whitney?
And that right there, just the different narratives of the people who live there and law enforcement. I do not mean to be conspiracy theorists, but it's like, how are the residents there saying, we have been smelling decomposition for months, and not a single law enforcement who went by that car, ticketed that car, said anything else? Because had someone, if anyone had opened their mouths, someone could have popped the trunk. They could have
Yep.
done something, and it would have been sooner rather than later with this poor girl. And I get, he has his fans, but maybe the energy shouldn't be so much defend him, and it should be, let's find out what happened to this girl.
Now let me
Because
go
this
ahead
is a
and
tragedy.
let me go ahead and share this video. So this is a video that Ashley Banfield put up, I want to say maybe about 4 months ago. Let me see. I don't know. This might not be the right one, but let's see.
Somebody put a dead or soon to be dead teenage runaway in the trunk of her boyfriend's Tesla and ditched that Tesla on an upscale street in the Hollywood Hills. And weeks later, that Tesla with the rotting corpse inside was ticketed and towed away. That somebody may or may not have had a hand in the runaway's death, but my money is on yes. And more than a month after this mystery first hit the headlines with the discovery of the decomposing body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the name of that somebody is as unknown to us officially as ever, but apparently not to everybody. The identity of the person who abandoned that Tesla, a filthy luxury car owned by the singer David, with David's 14-year-old girlfriend dead inside, is now known to investigators. And tonight, we're learning that both the car and driver were captured on surveillance video the last time that car was apparently driven by anyone. Even better, we've learned the driver was visible enough in that footage to be identified later on. LA police are not talking about this or anything else in the Celeste death investigation. The bombshell video was unearthed by the private investigator hired by the owner of the house where David lived up until a couple of weeks after Celeste was found dead in his car. And that's not the only piece of evidence that the PI unearthed. That investigator's name is Steve Fisher, and he joins me now live. Steve, welcome back to the program. How certain are you that this video of the car driving away from David's mansion is the last time it drove and ended up at the spot where it was abandoned, likely with that body inside?
I'm certain. Listen, I can't say 100% because there's not a camera trained on that Tesla once it's parked. Continuously that I've seen. I mean, there likely is a camera, but I've seen the car driven to that spot, and with the dates, with the date that it was. And they left town right after that. I'm certain that is the last time the car was driven. It was put there with her, in the front trunk.
And there's one weird detail about what you could, well, there's a lot of weird details, and I'm going to get to what you saw through the driver's side window in a second, but there was an air freshener that was found in the car at this point that we see on our screen where it was abandoned. Was that air freshener also hanging from the rear view mirror when it drove off from David's house?
It wasn't, but the window was half to 3/4 of the way down, which is odd because it was a very short drive. And also at that, on that day, this is the very end of July 29th. It was like 78 degrees at that time in the morning, or 77 degrees. And if it was on the street where the house is, so it's shaded by the house. So, if you're going, I don't know why the window would be rolled down unless there's something, offensive there. And then all of a sudden, one of the first things I picked up on when the news first broke about her being found in there, where they were towing the car away from the impound lot to LAPD, was, why on a $104,000 car is there a Christmas tree air freshener hanging from the, from the mirror? It seemed kind of odd to me, but I guess maybe they thought that would help, mask it for when they had to move the car again.
if there was that smell at that time, because again, we have no idea when Celeste started decomposing in that trunk. We don't know if she'd been decomposing in the trunk for a long time before it ended up being the car ended up being abandoned. But talk to me about the date of this video, July 29th, and talk to me about what you saw. What did you see in terms of the identity of the person driving through that open window?
Ooh, Sydney. I see her. She's on Zav's channel doing a live panel. It's okay. We have other mods here.
So it's very clearly that Tesla one, because the Tesla has that tape on the rear spoiler for whatever reason. I don't know why it's there. And also, it was just like it is in that picture. It was that dirty, except you could tell that they had run the windshield wiper like once to clear the dirt away so they could see. And it comes very close to the camera, although there is some motion blur, but you can see the person and you can see what they're wearing, something pretty distinctive. And there's photos that I have from 12 hours earlier, a person at the house wearing the same thing.
And I know that the viewers right now are screaming at the TV set saying, Ashley, ask them who it was.
I mean, I honestly wish I could tell you. I don't want to, I don't want to interfere with LAPD on that. And I think that's coming, because we know a crime was committed 100%. Somebody concealed her body.
Thank you for
Nope. That wasn't the one that I was looking for, you guys. I do apologize. I was looking for one that talked about the whole body, the smell.
The one with the woman whose dog had passed?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and they dug up the dog and reburied it. I think it was the neighbor adjacent to him. They reburied the dog about 3 or 4 times because they thought they didn't bury the dog deep enough. That's
right?
how bad the decomp was. The smell.
Yeah, and they said that the dog died in February. So I'm wondering, like, when exactly it was that they had that smell, that they smelled the decomposing dog. So was it like in March, April?
Right. And you know what? It got me thinking. We've been so shocked by this. I don't think anyone has really asked the question if she was being put in the trunk to get rid of, and we all assume that's what it was, or were they safe keeping her to do something else with her remains, because they're a very morbid group.
They kind of get into that a little bit with this this podcast with Lauren Conlon and SF Investigates. They were talking about, like, what was the purpose? Was the purpose that and towards the end he gets into like some really good stuff, and this is like another just a perspective that I didn't really hear, but they were really talking about what was the plan, David? Did you think that you had a lot of good friends that would do anything that you asked? And did you think that somebody was going to do a job for you, and then when the time came that they all just was like, I'm not going to do it? But I think we have to just kind of sit through this and just kind of listen to it, because there's really a lot of good stuff on this one. And this was done almost 5 months ago.
Laying all night, parked. So they're not going to just tow it based on, hey, a phone call like there's a car out here, I want to get towed. It has to, the reason it was towed is because it appeared abandoned. There was, the buildup of the dirt.
And really quick, I want to make sure that I address those people that mentioned something about being mods for the channel. I do appreciate that, and I will keep all of you guys in mind. Because we are a tiny channel, I think right now we do have everything kind of covered, right? But I do appreciate any of you guys who just mentioned that you guys are willing to help mod for the channel, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So you guys just, keep supporting, and once our channel grows, we're definitely going to have a need for more mods. So for those of you guys that were interested, just hang around, you guys. Hang around, because, we're going to continue to grow, and we're definitely going to need you guys. And let me just really quick, make sure that I thank all of the people that have supported this channel, who have been supporters of this channel since day one. I want to just let you guys know that your presence here on this channel, in the chats, on the Discord, because we are on Discord like 24/7. I just want to say that I appreciate all of you guys. You guys have been such a cool ass family. Everybody here that's in the inner circle. I love having you guys a part of this family. So thank you guys. And if you guys do want to be a part of the family, we do have memberships that are really affordable, right? As low as 99 cents. And if you guys want, we do have a Discord that is private for members only. And we do continue the conversation. We actually had I don't know, how long was our session earlier? We had a cool little session for, I don't know, maybe about 2 or 3 hours earlier today, just on the Discord. So it was pretty fun. Thank you, stars. We love you all too. Inner Circle gang, y'all. Inner Circle.
There was, the tires. He noted the tires were messed up, and it had been in some sort of wreck. So it's not easy to get cars towed here, I can tell you that. And so it wasn't like they called on the 26th because it showed up on the 26th. That car had been there a while.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, it just been there because a long time before the 26th, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and Bob, obviously,
808 TV. I just saw your comment that said SF said Neo was driving that car. And this has been something that we've been debating back and forth on this channel since day one, right? If you can find anything anywhere, whether it's a tweet, an article, or a video where he specifically mentions that Neo drove that Tesla, and I've mentioned it to the people in our Discord. If you guys can find it, I'll give you guys a $50 gift card. But he specifically has to mention and not suggest, right? If you can find it, let me know. There is a prize for you guys if you can find it.
He brings up this point. David has lawyers. No way he's talking. I mean, I had just posted this earlier today on...
the David supporters left? That's too bad. Sorry, David.
I think it was on
Xerxes,
Twitter.
Neo's mom dipped
So
out.
David, his father, he works as a litigation support manager, and that doesn't give him a law degree, but he oversees operational support for legal teams, specializing in online discovery and just document management and stuff. And so that kind of led me to believe that his dad is advising him right now, like, shut up. I will put you in touch with the best people.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why maybe we haven't seen a statement from him about, anything at this point. But something else, it's like usually when you've got a case like this, that's so...
Wait, dude, I saw that Whitney left. Said, hey, Flo, don't want to interrupt. Just got home, gonna grab some sleep. Thank you, Whit. Thank you for joining the panel. We appreciate you. And yes, justice for Celeste. You guys, I put a link down in the comments. If you guys want to come, just hop on, join the panel. If you're a David supporter, or if you're a supporter of getting justice for Celeste Rivas Hernandez, feel free to jump on and have a conversation with us.
Mysterious. The LAPD or law enforcement is begging the public to help. They're always like, if you have any information, if you have this, but no, they're not asking anything of us. But
they don't need it here.
David is guilty. Said Steve ain't allowed to say it. That it's Neo or could get in trouble. I think he has strongly alluded to it. For us to connect the dots, he is being responsible. Yes, that and he's also mentioned before that he doesn't have the permission of the homeowner due to their contract and his obligations to maintain that client relationship, right?
Obviously, I mean that's just what you guys. They don't need it. They're not asking for it because they've got a ton of stuff, and I just think it's a matter of waiting for the toxicology to come back. I do think that this means that it wasn't anything that they could determine the manner of death right away because they couldn't determine the cause. Meaning, if there had been, it could still be deferred for final.
Ella Dang, you don't want to hop on? I know you got a lot of insight to share. If you want, join us.
Classification, but if there was like a gunshot wound. Or something, they would still put it as a fact. They would still list it right now on the website as a.
You guys, I got something in my eye. I feel like I'm crying, you guys. So if you see me rubbing my eye, I'm not crying, okay? I just got something in my eye. It hurts.
Factor. So there was a gunshot wound, but it's still, pending to see if there's other factors involved too. The fact that there's nothing means
David is guilty. You don't want to hop on? You don't want to hop on the panel? I know you've been super super putting in work too. So I'd love to, just get your thoughts on some things.
That this is probably going to come down to a lot of it's probably going to come down to toxicology. It's just what I think. There's no obvious, like gunshot wounds or anything like that. Now, as far as what defense lawyers are saying, I 100% agree. He's got he's a lawyer. He's got great lawyers, right? And nobody's talking. However, as a non-lawyer, just looking at this and thinking about a 20-year-old kid that had a career that was really taking off, if it was me and I truly had nothing to do with this, and it's like, man, I let somebody else have the car and something happened with her or whatever, I would be like, I don't, just to save myself from not going to prison, which I'm not going to do because I have this proving I'm innocent. I've got to make a statement and be for the court of public opinion, because even if he's found not guilty right now, his career is over now because he hasn't made a statement. I mean, the fact, just to save myself from not going to prison, which I'm not going to do because I have this proving I'm innocent, I've got to make a statement and be for the court of public opinion, because even if he's found not guilty right now, his career is over now because he hasn't made a statement. I mean, the fact that he hasn't come out and said, listen, I loved her. I can't believe she's deceased. I promise you everything is going to get worked out.
He can't say that because she was 14, right? He can't say I loved her, and right?
I think he has to acknowledge in some way that he or just at least say, I know that how this looks. She was found in my trunk, but I promise you, everybody, just be patient. Like, I promise you, I'm not allowed to talk right now. But he has said nothing, and so what they've done is, whoever told him that, as far as I'm concerned, torpedoed his career too. And so if you're truly innocent, and I know he's not truly innocent as far as the grooming and stuff goes, but if you're trying to mitigate that, the silence, he's blown up his whole life. He really has. I mean, it's just, but he can be 100% innocent right now, and she was just a friend and the whole thing, but he's ruined his career because he hasn't said a word. And also, it's just the fact that he knew before any of us. Like, I remember when this.
Hey, whoever was the 1,350th subscriber, shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate that, you guys.
Car was found on the 8th. I happened to have the news on the background as I was working, and it was like breaking news. A car has been found at Hollywood Tow with a body in it. And it's not the first time this has happened in Hollywood Tow, right? So I turned around and watched it, and I took interest in it because I have a missing person case going on here of a missing female, and we were like, oh, could this be her? So I started making a lot of calls, and this is before we knew the identity of the person, and but the thing is, they did put out certain details the next day about how she appeared as far as the dark wavy hair and what she was wearing, and then the following day they put out more information like the tattoo stuff. Listen, as soon as that body's found in her car registered to him, they're calling being like, yo, body was found in your car. Can you explain?
Thank you, 808 TV. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel and liking the video. Your support is much appreciated. Thank you.
He knew it was Celeste. Listen, he knew. And the fact that he went on with his tour, is the optics of that are really, really bad. Because
but that's the question. How do you, even if like we said the other day, if she OD'd, he panicked,
yeah,
he shoved her, he would be dumb enough to shove this poor girl in his car and then leave and go on tour. And
I think this is just my opinion. I think, because I know everybody's talking about that, how could you be that dumb? What I think happened is, I think you get to a level of,
it doesn't matter what number you were, as long as you're part of the family now. That's all that matters.
When you're in that industry or any, Hollywood industry, you have so many yes people around you. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, I mean, we can do it. Everybody's just like, yes, yes, yes. And I think he thought, he could have thought, okay, it's in the car, move the car over there, create a little distance, because psychologically, that's what people do. They just want to distance themselves from that, even if it's just to give them time to think. And I think he thought he could get one of his people to move that car, get rid of that car, dump it in a reservoir, do something, get rid of it. And I think everybody was like, nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not touching it. And I think it went down the line and nobody would do it. And then he's just like,
Storm, what up, Storm?
What do you do? Just leave it there and be like, oh, just pretend like it does, try and, out of sight, out of mind. I think I think it just came down to he couldn't find anybody to do it, which means there's a lot of people out there that know that he was asking them to do it. I don't think it was meant to be left there. I just think everybody was like, listen, I'll do a lot for him. I'm not doing that though, and I think he probably overestimated what people would do for him.
Yeah, I have definitely.
So really quick, it is March, and every month YouTube does give us some memberships to gift out to some of our viewers. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and just give out 5 memberships to some of our viewers. And hopefully if you're in the chat, you're gifted one, right? I always enjoy when people that are active in the chat get gifted. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and gift 5 memberships. And if you guys want, feel free to match, But here we go. We're going to send them out right now.
Definitely thought about that as well. I also keep going back to if we're even talking about a quote OD, right? We don't know if we are. Her handle was Blunt Lover.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming
Dean Blunt Lover, right? Not just a blunt lover. Dean Blunt Lover. And shout out to Ronan. He heard and said, I'll match you. So shout out to Ronan for gifting 5 memberships. Shout out to our newest members of the Inner Circle, you guys. Thank you so much, Ronan. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. And thank you for giving those 5 memberships.
they smoked marijuana together. Maybe they ate marijuana together, edibles, whatever. Fine. What other drugs could have been involved? Psychedelic drugs. Did he do something while he was on drugs? I just, I just cannot.
So Alien Baby said, why Dean? So Dean Blunt is an artist, right? Let me just kind of pull this person up. Dean Blunt, and we'll share this really quick. So Dean Blunt is this person right here. He's a British singer-songwriter and musician. And so I am under the assumption that Dean Blunt Lover is just the username, basically saying that they love this artist. So it's not saying like, oh, Celeste Rivas Hernandez loved to smoke blunts. Just basically saying that she was a Dean Blunt lover, right? So this is a part right here where Lauren Conlin just kind of stumbled upon this one. So to correct her, Celeste Rivas Hernandez was a fan of Dean Blunt. So she was a Dean Blunt lover.
I can't figure this out, Steve. I feel like everyone's going to be so sick of.
We got Ireland in the house. What up, Ireland? How's it going? I don't know what to put here, so I just put this name. Shout out to you. That's what's up. Welcome, Ireland.
Me guessing and talking about it, but I think I'm doing this because I can't figure out why they have not apprehended him and given a press conference, especially for people in LA who might be like, what's been going on here? What the hell is going down in the Hollywood Hills?
So if they jam him up, if they go ahead and arrest him, they've got 3 days to arraign him. They got to drop charges. And if they don't, then they got to cut him loose again. Then although they still can charge him.
Oh, shoot. Hold on, you guys. The boss bitch just donated another 5 gifted memberships. So KW999 was just gifted a membership. Oh, you found me through Rabbit? Oh, that's awesome. We love Rabbit over here. Locked Vegan, Brady, Stolen Spirits, and Joanna Marie, and Janet Rawlings for just gifted memberships. So make sure you thank the boss bitch in the chat for your gifted membership.
It's not a great optics there either. So what they can do is keep an eye. I guarantee he's under some form of surveillance. I guarantee, and listen, his attorneys are telling him, don't do anything stupid. I think the biggest risk here, if he is guilty, is that he does something to himself and not leave the country or something. I think the marshals would pick.
So Mrs. Italy, if you're still watching in vertical and you're not able to see most of the video, I think we're also streaming on regular live. So you can come on over to the what's it called? The landscape live if you're not able to see any of it.
Pick them off, but I do think LAPD, you got to give them a little time, because once they arrest him, then they're under a 72-hour clock too. And it's not just them. They're in constant contact with the DA now. The DA is involved in this investigation. It's really the DA's decision. It's when the DA says, okay, we feel we have enough now that because it, you know, even though they might be able to show probable cause and they get back, the thing is they do got to turn over all that discovery pretty quickly to his team.
And shout out to I Know Y'all for your $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I love your channel. Keep up the great coverage. Likewise. Thank you so much for your support in the channel. We appreciate you.
And you know, then it's, listen, he's got great attorneys, right? There's going to be stuff they try to make exclusionary. There's stuff they're going to try and get knocked out, and you start losing evidence. So I think that listen, I think they will also want to know the entire story. I think they're trying to get people to flip on him and get them, you know, on their side. And that does take a little time because it's not just law enforcement, it's also the prosecutors. Right now, I think the prosecutors are in much more control than law enforcement. The prosecutors are telling law enforcement what they need for evidence, what they want, you know, witness statement, and they're probably involved in the interviews and whatnot. So, but
yeah. So then, Steve, what would you say? I guess let's say that the tox comes back and it's an OD, right?
Yeah.
It's an OD.
Big Draco said they charged his friend. Are you referring to Neo? Because Neo has not been charged. He was arrested in Montana for a failure to appear and was brought to California to appear in front of the grand jury. And when he did testify, his meeting with them just lasted, 30, 45 minutes.
Would you surmise that David could be charged with obstruction and possibly like a statutory charge? Because
I think you know, the statutory charge might be hard. It might be really hard to have actual proof that they had a sexual relationship, right? But definitely harboring, contributing to delinquency of abuse of a corpse.
Right now, he's just going through all the potential charges that you could possibly rack up against them, right?
There's a lot of stuff that they can throw at him. However, most of these are not felonies. I mean,
Boss bitch, you just became a member? How? I thought you were always a member. What? Or did your I'm wondering if maybe your membership may have lapsed. But anyways, welcome to the inner circle.
Use of a corpse a lot of times isn't even a felony.
Well, welcome back, right? Because you've been a member.
So, but there's, you know, and then also, did he?
Wow! You've upgraded your membership to the highest that you can on this channel. You've joined the control room, so I do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
FBI involved here because of possible, you know, because he does come and go out of the state a lot. If the FBI is involved in this case at all, did he?
Big Draco said, "Could I have your opinion about David?" You know, I think at this point, after 6 whole months since her body has been discovered, Ashley Yoda, this case is on Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a 14-year-old girl who was found inside the front trunk of David Anthony Burke's Tesla. She was discovered on September 8th, which was the day after her 15th birthday. You know what, Big Draco? I mean, I have my opinions on if I believe he did it or not, but to be honest with you, I mean, my opinion really doesn't matter. It's really gonna depend on what this grand jury determines. You know, once they've gone through everybody that they feel is important. Do I think that he's guilty? I guess you can say yeah. But you know, that's going to be something that we're going to have to just kind of hold off until this thing goes to trial. I am very curious to see where it goes. But I don't know. This has got to be one of the most twisted cases that I've ever seen, just because of how much information has come up, how much evidence, or not evidence, right? Because we don't know what evidence they actually have. What? What was I saying? I forgot. Sorry, I just got caught up in the chat. But yeah, I think we're going to have to wait to see what kind of evidence law enforcement has, what the DA has. Right now, there is no word on a trial. Right now, there is no word on an arrest, right? Nobody has been arrested. But we do know that David has been listed as a target in this case, but he hasn't even been followed. So, I mean, not followed, but he hasn't been picked up. He hasn't been arrested. None of it at all.
Give a statement. If he lied to the FBI, that lying to the FBI in itself is a crime. All right.
Mhm.
So now he lawyered up pretty quick, so most likely he's not giving any statements anyways. When he says cooperation, that probably just means he took their initial call.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. And
yes, there's a lot of other charges that can be thrown at him, but none that I can tell you because of the attention around this case and people that truly want justice for her. That it's not going to satisfy anybody if it's anything less than like a homicide charge. But listen, there is a chance she OD'd. I've heard, and I don't have proof of this, but I heard from people very close to her family that when she came back the first time, she was in rough shape, and I think she was involved in harder drugs than marijuana.
Okay, you guys. So this I don't think I've ever heard before, or maybe I must have missed it. Did you guys hear what he just said? He just mentioned that the very first time that Celeste Rivas came home, she was in very rough shape. Listen to this, you guys.
She OD'd. I've heard that it's not going to satisfy anybody if it's anything less than like a homicide charge. But listen, there is a chance she OD'd. I've heard, and I don't have proof of this, but I heard from people very close to her family that when she came back the first time, she was in rough shape, and I think she was involved in harder drugs than marijuana.
What, you heard that from the family,
people in Lake Elsinore that are close to the family and that know her. And
good night, stars. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining the panel too. I appreciate you.
Was in that she was doing harder stuff now, which I was kind of surprised to hear, because I'll be honest with you, I've watched a lot of his interviews. So he does not appear like a
I mean, Deladank, you're right? I mean, we have heard that there have been instances where she potentially used drugs. There's the photo that came out on New Year's Eve where her hands were around a soju bottle. But I've actually never heard this particularly come out of SF's mouth. And the fact that, it says that she did come home in rough shape, that's so sad. There's no reason a 11, 12, 13-year-old kid needs to be utilizing any kind of hard drugs. And who knows what kind of drugs they were on, weed, whatever. Right. But I'm more concerned about the prescription medications, meth, cocaine, all of those other drugs that she may have potentially used, in the past that got her in this state.
Hard drug person. He seems pretty well spoken. And even after his concerts, he's sober and he's talking. But that doesn't mean that she didn't have demons, and so she could have been partying with somebody in his entourage. And listen, they've also told me that,
Well, that's a good point, right? 808 TV, you said TMZ posting that video of her was, why they got to post that? And I think, and I did a video on this a few months ago about controlling the narrative. I think this was definitely a Viking woman. You're right. Fentanyl is in everything now, right? It's in your prescription drugs, your Xanax, your Adderall pills. It's in everything. It's definitely in everything. Who got her the rugs? I don't know. They keep saying that there's somebody in that group that was the plug. So who knows? I mean, we do know that, and we'll definitely have to bring it up. But there's that episode of Nancy Grace. We'll probably take a look at it in a bit. But let's continue this real quick.
What I think I told you earlier is that she's a lot smaller than the poster says. So 100-pound girl to OD does not take a lot,
Right. Right. I mean, I just look at her. She's so cute. She's literally, she looks like a 12 or 13-year-old. And this is also why I can't really get my head. And again, maybe I'm old, but she's bopping around the club. I'm not. Yeah.
It's wrong. It's sick.
Yeah.
It's gross. And it's also, to me, just as gross that all these people in his entourage and in his world were like, hey, he's famous, so we'll turn a blind eye. You can't do that. This girl should have been in her 7th or 8th grade classes, not on tour or living at his house. And everybody that knew that is just as responsible, as far as I'm concerned, as he is. Like, if you run across a child in this situation, you need to call.
So let's go over to this episode really quick, because this is the episode where they talked about these specific drugs. Let me find where to go.
Drugs that are like painkillers. It can be heroin, morphine, fentanyl, hydrocodone, oxycodone, and anything in those kind of categories. So opiates is a broad term that you can then take that generalized term toxicologic testing
here.
Okay, so opiates found in the home, and when Steve Fisher goes,
oh shoot, the boss bitch just gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you, the boss bitch. Thank you for your gifted memberships. Make sure you thank the boss bitch in the chat if you received the gifted membership from her.
Out of his way to say that they were prescriptioned. That's good because we're going to have names on those pill bottles. Steve Fisher, without divulging names, were there names on the pill bottles of opiates?
They were, and they were hydrocodone. They were Lortab, generic Lortab, opiates, painkillers.
Okay, now for some reason you've loosened up and you're telling me what you found: Lortab and Oxy. Okay, to Dr. Kendall Crowns, isn't it true that typically,
hold on really quick, you guys. All right.
You can get opiates by prescription, or you can just get them on the street?
Yes, you can get them either way. Prescription or purchasing them off the street is a fine way of getting them. Usually prescription medications are fairly easily to get a hold of from doctors and pain management doctors especially.
To Luke Kenton joining us, senior investigative reporter with Daily Mail. Luke Kenton, thank you for being with us. You see where I'm going with this, right, Luke? If there were multiple pill bottles of opiates, and from what I've seen, and it hasn't all made it into mainstream media, there were a lot of people in and out, a core group living there, but a lot of people in and out of Burke's home. There were a lot of pill bottles reportedly in Burke's home. Where I'm going with this is, if we don't get a COD, cause of death, if she's too decomposed to get a good toxicology screen, the argument is going to be, Luke Kenton, she voluntarily, all on her own, just gobbled down a bunch of opiates and she died. That's how she died, everybody. We had nothing to do with it. And then out of fear, we hid her body. That's where this is going, Kenton.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the complicated nature of this investigation as it stands. When this story first broke, you saw young girl found in Singer's car. You thought, okay, slam dunk arrest, but much more information that we don't currently have. And chief among that is a concrete timeline. We don't even know really when Celeste was last seen alive. We don't know how long she was dead for. And as you say, we don't know how she died. And it's unclear if we're even going to get any clarity on that.
Do you have any idea, Luke Kenton, who the people were going in and out? It was like Grand Central Station at Burke's mansion.
To the parts where SF Investigates is talking. So
James constantly, so he could just wander from room to room. I need evidence that other people were living there because I want to try to connect them to these pill bottles, if that is in fact the COD on Celeste.
We even got an emoji in the chat with Nancy Grace. That's how much we love her over here.
Wait a minute. Again, that's not going to convince a jury, Steve Fisher. Hate to put you on the hot spot, but when you say female products, what are you talking about? Are you afraid to say tampon on the air? Over 50% of the population, we're women. We know what they are. Don't be afraid, little boy. What were the female products and how much were there to indicate somebody was actually living there? This is important.
There was feminine hygiene products for sure, but there's also a ton of makeup, and makeup bags and hair product that is female based. But there was feminine hygiene products for sure, and there was I think like 6 or 7 separate containers of them. So it wasn't just like an overnight type of thing. Because
Steve, the reason I'm parsing products here is because it could be argued that D4VD, David Anthony Burke, uses makeup in his videos. So I need something I know he's not going to use, like a big box of 40 to 60 tampons. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't care if the owner of these pill bottles was a woman, a man, I don't care. I just need to get names, which you can get off pill bottles. Okay, I want to talk about the potential COD and what is the holdup. Joining me is Joanna Nieves. She is a veteran criminal defense attorney, founder of the Nieves Law Firm, and she's joining us out of California. Joanna, thank you for being with us. This is, it's like somewhere up in the atmosphere, the lack of a COD, cause of death, just fell in the defense lap. And now they have an avenue, a convincing avenue of defense. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's false. But when you have a young girl dead in the trunk and dismembered, which is a whole nother issue, that's not accidental. We don't have a COD. We have all these pill bottles lying around. I can see where the defense.
And that's one thing that we don't know. We don't know who owned those drugs, right? Those prescription medications. Who knows? They probably belong to David, right? But who did he get his prescription medications from? Because normally, when you get prescription medications, they don't normally allow you to get them for another 90 days. So if you had like a 90 count, which you shouldn't even have a 90 count of Norgos, right? A 90 count of those medications, you can't get another prescription for another 90 days. So how does he have? SF investigator said that there were at least 3 bottles, right? One in the bathroom. There was one in the gaming area by his computer, and like another one in the living room. Who were those doctors, right? Alien babies? Absolutely. Who were those doctors?
Is headed. What would you do with that, Joanna?
I would say the same thing I've been saying the entire time, is that we need evidence and an actual crime of murder was committed. And the cause of death is what would help us establish that, because, what we're dealing with is so many scenarios that could have happened. And I actually have said this for months now or weeks now, that this could have been an accidental overdose. It could have been somebody that found the body or got nervous and panicked about what happened and made the bad judgment call of concealing the body.
And then again, right, even if they are real prescription medications, they would have to have a doctor's order for it, right? Are we going to go after the doctors? No, absolutely not, right? I doubt it. But what I'm saying is these medications don't even have to be prescription medications. They could be prescription medications that still come off of the streets, right? Because nowadays it's easier for you to buy these medications from somebody off the streets than it is to get a prescription for these medications, right? Doctors are so hesitant to write prescriptions for these pain medications just because of the opioid crisis that we're not, right? And what do I know, right? I'm just a nurse that works in this field, and I deal with this kind of shit every day, right? But what do I know, right?
But not necessarily committing a murder. So I think that what we're hearing is that there are still things that are coming to the surface that would actually help the defense defend maybe even a crime that never even occurred.
Okay, so I'm taking that roundabout discourse to mean that you, as a defense attorney, if you were handling this case, would argue that obviously Celeste must have died by accident of an overdose, unless somebody's going to claim she committed suicide, which is highly unlikely, and that someone panicked, and instead of calling 911 or trying to revive her, they went, hey, it'd be a great idea to chop up her body and put her in a trunk. Is that your defense? Just a simple yes.
I definitely think that that's possible.
Okay. Dr. Bethany Marshall is joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock. Dr. Bethany, this reminds me, in a bad way, of Top Mom Casey Anthony, who actually told a jury, and it worked.
Nina, you said you're new to this case. Well, welcome. We do appreciate you stopping by our channel. We've been covering this case since day one, and we are like knee deep in this case. I'm talking about to the point where family members are coming onto our channel and defending people who have been named in this case. So we are following this case very closely, and we provide you guys literally breaking news on these updates. And sometimes we are the ones breaking news when stuff happens. Some of the cases, some of the news that we've broke were these court documents that came out, right? With the family, we broke the story that Neo was arrested in Montana. So these are some of the news that we broke before TMZ got their hands on them.
By the way, that her little girl, Kelly, drowned by accident.
Yeah, just read the username, right? David is guilty. That's pretty much all you need to know, right? Boss Bitch, thank you so much for gifting another Prime membership. Anybody who received the gifted membership, please make sure you thank the Boss Bitch in the chat.
And instead of calling 911, everybody thought it was a good idea to wrap her up in a blanket, put her in a trash bag, and throw her in a swamp. Now, see, I've got a problem with that, but that's generally the same thing that's going to be argued here.
Sorry, we're just going to go ahead and skip over back to SF Investigates.
Kendall Crowns, but you're brilliant. But I've got another fact to plug into your equation. Steve Fisher, I just pretended Celeste was dead or killed September 7, but you have information based on you combing the neighborhood to get video and more. You have information that she was in the trunk a lot longer than the day before the car was found.
Yeah, so we have video evidence of the car being moved to that spot on July 29th. And even if we didn't have that, we still have the parking enforcement officers that took photos, going back 2 weeks before the car was towed. So she was in that for quite a while, but definitely on or before July 29th.
Well, I'm telling you, I believe that that's her in that photo that we.
And this photo, again, to me, makes absolutely no logical sense for it to be Celeste. This photo or this concert took place in August of last year. And we know that the Tesla was last moved on July 29th, 2025, before they went on tour, right? So there's no logical way that this could be her.
We have found at a D4VD concert August the 4th. Straight back out to Luke Kenton joining us, senior investigator.
Not everybody can stomach Nancy, right? Sometimes you have to watch her on 2x speed.
DailyMail.com has been on the story from the beginning. I know you're familiar with the August 4th photo with either Celeste or a Celeste lookalike wearing her jeans and her black tube top up in the balcony that is reserved for friends and family of D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke. That was August the 4th, was it not, Luke Kenton?
It was August the 4th, yes. The investigation that was done around that video, it was claimed at least that wasn't Celeste depicted. We know David hung out with a number of other individuals who bear some slight resemblance to Celeste. But on the subject of last known contact, a couple of sources close to Celeste who went to school with Celeste said that even though she was missing for a year or so, she continued contact with friends, and that contact cut in either late June or early July. It's my understanding that that form of contact was message based, so there's no way of verifying who was sending those messages. But her phone was at least active until that point, according to two sources.
So, Luke Kenton, that's really interesting, and not just interesting, it could be probative. You're saying that her friends, her old friends, before David Anthony Burke, quit hearing from her at the latest in, did you say mid-July?
It was late June to very early July, which is what I was told by one of those.
Now, regarding that video, the video that was turned into an isolated photo of who many believe to be Celeste in that special friends and family booth above D4VD, David Anthony Burke. You said some people are saying that's not Celeste. Who is saying that's not
if you
Celeste?
ask me.
That was actually reported, I believe, by TMZ, and the information that came from that report was that it was individuals close to, or individuals with knowledge of the matter said it wasn't Celeste. I haven't been able to verify personally one way or the other, but I agree with you that she certainly, she certainly resembles Celeste. But again, there are a few people in and around that circle that do that are of Hispanic heritage and do.
Storm, you know what? Actually, I don't know who this person is. I have not heard a single source come out and identify who this person is. And to be honest with you, I don't even know if it's anybody relevant to the case. But I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong. There have been so many AI generated photos of this particular person, so then that way it could come and match closely to Celeste. But from what we've researched and what we gathered, there's no truth to it being Celeste.
Slightly resemble Celeste in some ways. Hard to know difference.
Luke Kenton, you're saying that people close to D4VD, David Anthony Burke, he calls that David.
Right.
People close to Burke say, "Oh no, that's not her." Is that?
Oh, thank you. What was that? Motor House, please don't stop covering this. You know what? We have been covering this case since day one, and we don't care how quiet it goes when it comes to the law enforcement or the DA. We still cover her to keep her name alive, and we're not going to stop until we get justice for this little girl.
Correct.
That's my understanding of somebody else's reporting. Where my reporting is concerned, yeah.
So whenever I put a witness on the stand, I judge their credibility, their veracity. I consider the source. So if my source on that, analysts like Dr. Bethany Marshall, the news from Luke Kenton, Steve Fisher on this from the very beginning, and it seemingly doesn't matter to a lot of people what Fisher has absolutely dug up. That's non-refutable so far. Conspiracy theories abounding online as to what really happened. Listen.
The David and Celeste thing is the most obvious Hollywood satanic ritual I've ever seen.
That actually hurt my ear. My ears are bleeding. And that is from @SupremeTings on TikTok. There's more. Listen.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, gotta be honest with y'all, bro. The David situation is all.
You're right. David is guilty. Don't even stop then. After David gets arrested, do a stream about what we think he's having for dinner. Cold green beans or cold noodles in prison, right? Maybe they'll teach him how to make them burritos, or the top ramen burritos.
PR stuff, okay? You guys are all falling for it. Do you not notice all of us literally singing in the back of my mind? Like, bro, it's a literal PR stunt. He hit #1 on iTunes.
Okay, he lost me with the Cruella hair right there. I'm out. No, I'm not putting him on the stand with another crazy theory, and that is from @Light, Light Sun Zane on TikTok. These conspiracy theories are as old as time. Are they real? No. But if you remember the Scott Peterson case, the zany conspiracy theories were actually used at trial.
You guys want to watch Zach?
Yeah.
Type of one in the chat if you guys
Here's a great one.
The Zach Sang interview that he did. Put a one in the chat if you guys want to see that. It's a good interview. And really, you only need to watch the first 10 minutes of that to know how good it is. So put a one if you guys want to watch that. Anchor Lady is as old as time. Yep. She's a legend. Certified says 1. Sumo Fabric says 1. Okay, I see a few ones. All right, let me go ahead and pull this up really quick because let's just kind of start back here. Boom.
Project, the way I'm talking about my emotions and my feelings, it's all returning to the dirt with this. It's like a entire life cycle.
Okay, in a life cycle that connects to the other EPs, possibly Petals to Thorns, and then the Lost Petals.
Yep. It's all a through line. So basically, with Petals to Thorns, I view that as my introduction. That was my debut, And then with the Lost Petals, it's kind of continuation of that story, and then this is like the ending of it. So people use their debut sometimes to be like, "Oh, this is me, and this is me and my art," but this is like the closing of a chapter. especially for like my main fans and even for the new people that's coming in. They can recontextualize.
Base Chase, you want to jump on? You want to jump on a panel? We'll go viral. We don't care about going viral over here, though. But if you want to jump on a panel, I could drop you a link.
My music with the previous project. So it's a good way for everybody to get into it.
By listening it all together.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's go through what that life cycle means. So at what stage of the Withered is dying? So you're going into dust, but you're coming back again. Is that what I'm getting through those 14 records?
It's definitely like a resurrection type of thing. So, but by the end of the project, it's done. So that's why the last track is called Afterlife. That's like the final blow, you know?
How long did it take you to come up with this? Because when you were on our show 2 years ago, you said you had something in the works, but you ended up getting rid of those records?
Yeah, it was like an interesting thing because when I talked to you about that, it was like I had a very clear vision, but then I had lived not that much life, you know? And then I went on all these tours, and I went on tour with SZA, and I was meeting this person and this producer and that artist and this and I was just getting lost in the sauce, and I had to kind of take a few steps back. So the first couple projects that I made, a couple iterations of Withered, one was like an R&B project, one was like a pop project, and nothing really felt like me. So I kind of had to bring it back with this last one. I gave it one more shot.
Was it all titled Withered throughout that, or
nah? Like there was a concept and there was a story there that I wanted to continue, but there was no name and there was no like theme of the songs, and you know, because I'm writing at this point about myself and my emotions and my vulnerability.
Jay Brady, there is absolutely zero evidence of him committing the crime. I'm not I'm not law enforcement. I'm not the one, you know, that's investigating this case. I don't have it. And if I did, this wouldn't go on YouTube, right? This would obviously go straight to LAPD. So clearly don't understand what you're asking for. But if you have evidence that he didn't do it, please share with us.
And I wasn't doing that a lot last, couple projects because I was homeschooled, you know?
Yeah, you were living a different life.
And I will say that the evidence that I do have, LAPD already has, right? So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I didn't have nothing to talk about like that. And people were asking me, how'd you write all these beautiful songs when you have no relationship? I was like, man, I'm a prophet, bro. I just spoke it into my own life. Like, crazy.
But okay, happy 20th birthday.
Thank you.
You literally the other day.
Yeah.
Like you just turned 20. You're technically out of teen years, but you're still like a kid.
Yeah, literally, man. I'll be going to arcades. I'll be going to Chuck E. Cheese. You know what I'm saying?
By the way, remember Hazard Chuck E. is actually opening an arcade, like an arcade version of Chuck E. Cheese, like in a mall.
For real?
Yeah, I saw it on TikTok.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's game changing, actually.
It is game changing.
Wow.
Anywho, back to you. Life is an understatement that has lived in the last 2 years, because if I remember correctly, you hadn't even performed live when we first met.
That's insane to think about.
Man. And you've been on 2 headlining tours. You open for
the person is in the vertical live, so you guys might not see the chat. And if you're in the landscape one, you might not see it.
SZA, like
4 headlines actually.
Holy!
Hold on, we got Chase joining us real quick. I'm gonna add you to the stage. I'm gonna ask that you just keep it PG.
All right, no cussing.
Nah, you can speak your mind. Just I just gotta put it out there. Don't whip out your dick or anything. You know what I'm saying? Just
all right, yeah. All right, so no cussing.
No, you can cuss. You're good.
Oh, all right. Well, what the fuck does PG mean then, dog?
What's going on?
Not a lot. Just checking out what's going on the stream, man. I hear a lot of people talking about your shit that it doesn't make any sense.
What don't make any sense?
Oh, man, it don't make any sense.
What are you saying? You saying that this case ain't got no relevance?
Oh wait, which case?
The David case?
David? What are you talking
about? The person that we have on stream.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about that. I was just talking about the people that were commenting. So, you know what I'm saying? The people that are commenting disrespectful stuff. It's like, dude, come on, just watch the stream. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. Thank you. Are you following this case?
Yeah, somewhat, man. I've been a little bit more kind of into the Epstein stuff, and that's not to say like that this case has no value or anything like that. It's just I've been more into the, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. What are your thoughts on this case so far?
Well, I mean, really, my thoughts on it are, it's wild to me that it's wild to me that it really hadn't been covered on any type of mainstream media. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do have some local news stations that are covering it, but people like TMZ, right? As soon as these court documents just came out, they refused to say anything about it.
Right. And and that's probably because they've got people. And I'm not trying to make any conspiracy things, but it's probably there's people like that have they think they have their best interest at heart. You know what I'm saying?
100%. And we know that Harvey's name is popped up on the files too, right? And has something to do with controlling some narratives that come out. So,
well, of course. And if I could real quick, are you talking about Harvey Weinstein? So what's going on with his case?
Did I say Harvey Weinstein? I meant Harvey Levin from TMZ. Sorry. If I did say Harvey Weinstein, I meant Harvey Levin.
No. That was totally me. That was my bad. I thought you were talking about Weinstein. Okay, and with the Harvey who?
Harvey Levin from TMZ.
Yeah. All right, I got you. I was totally on the wrong page. That's my bad.
No, you're good. Yeah, no, his name was mentioned in the files, and I don't know like what his level of involvement was because I haven't really read into them so much, but there people were reaching out saying that I have a friend that owns TMZ, and he could potentially put out an article for you to kind of sway public opinion. So,
and that's public opinion or what?
I don't whatever the case was for the Epstein files, but we know that Harvey Levin has a relationship with D4VD's attorney, which is Blair Burke, right? We know that they're vacation buddies, and just it's funny that TMZ is always one of those mainstream medias that's always got to be first to break a story, put something out there first, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I was literally about to say, bro. It's like it's funny because how like any type of gossip or like nail salon magazine type article, it's like always it's TMZ. They always got that first.
Yep.
And it seems kind of funny. It's like, do you get what I'm saying? Because I don't want to be like offensive and say like, oh, these women in nail salons hear the verdict first before anybody else does it. And we all end up calling them crazy. But like it ends up being what is reality. You know what I mean?
Yep. So you've been following the Epstein file cases, or all the Epstein files, like pretty deep?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, as much as anybody else has, man. I mean, like actually probably more than. Yeah. I mean, I follow them more than I don't know. I like to think everybody else follows them as much as I do, but they probably don't, just because like it would take a lot of it takes a lot of my free time. You know what I mean? But it's like you're looking at these files that are released by the DOJ, right? And the DOJ is supposed to be these, it's Big Brother, and and I'm not trying to get into conspiracy theory, territory here, but when you're talking about Big Brother and you're talking about these people that have news before you have the news, it's just kind of funny how it always ends up being, what was said 10 years ago ends up being the propaganda of today. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? I'm not trying to sound like crazy. I know I'm just some crazy guy that kind of just hopped on here, but you get what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. And I think it's definitely worth listening to. it is crazy because some of these files come, I don't know, some of these emails were sent years and years and years ago, and now this is
and that's where I think a lot of the what is going on with the presidency and with his cabinet is they've known that a lot of these things have been recorded in, you know, modern history, let's call it, you know, modern history being the internet. So they know that it's been recorded, and they know that people like me or like you know, me being just I'm a blue collar worker. You know what I mean? I do my thing. I work. I take care of my family. But people like me, like the people that I work with, they're afraid of these people that are in these, you know, these coup de grace that they have. Like they, you know, all the guys that I work with were Trump voters, and now it's gotten to the point where they are they're kind of like embarrassed, you know, because they're like, because we're going to work every day in the same day, and we're doing the same labor that we've been doing, but now gas is more expensive, and it's like, oh man, well I thought Trump was going to fix that, and it's like, no.
What state do you live in?
I live in Virginia.
You're in Virginia, yeah. So out here in California, I was just talking about how gas literally just went up 60 cents overnight.
Oh, brother. Okay, yeah. So you're in California. Okay, so yeah. So here in Virginia, I live in Petersburg. This was so gas was $2.89 per gallon about 2 weeks ago, and now it's $3.67.
Shit, I would not mind paying that much for gas. Now, gas out here is close to $6.
Yo, and look, what I'm telling you is like that sounds like a deal to you, but for people living around where I'm living, that's like enough to go to fucking war.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's like you're telling me gas is almost $4. Like that's enough for like people I know to walk out in the streets and be like, this is like really upset about it. Like this is horse shit. And go ahead. No, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say I don't know how much the cost of living is out there, but a lot of people like to compare gas prices to the cost of living out there, right? So I could just imagine the cost of living is so much lower, you know, with gas that cheap. For it to raise anywhere between 5 to 10 cents could be devastating for any family out there.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where the big I guess kind of mix up with it is where they think that it's really easy because it's like, oh, you know, well, they're poor people. The cost of living is really low. Brother, I have a 3-year-old daughter. My electric bill last month was $700.
Wow.
And that's only because, and literally my boss, who makes enough money where he has to pay taxes, he doesn't get taxes, he has to pay taxes. His electric bill was more than mine, which is where we used to see a differential. You know, it's like where he was rich and I'm poor. That's how I saw him, you know.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, well, he got a break when it comes tax season. But when now tax season comes, I get a little bit of money back because I got a kid, and he has to pay $12,000 because he owns a business. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what is he paying this money for when it's really all he's really paying is rent because he owns, because all I am is a pool boy. You know, I work on plumbing and pools and stuff like that. Yeah. But this man bought a business and he thought it was gonna elevate him to a position that, you know, he wasn't in before, but now he's still just a blue collar worker. There's no rags to riches anymore. It's all, he tells me all the time, he's like, man, I'm worried about y'all's generation because what are y'all gonna do? You know, and he asked me that like an open-ended question, like, what the fuck are y'all gonna do? Because it's what are we gonna do? Because all I can do is continue to work for a paycheck while my wife, who is a CNA, continues to work for a paycheck.
God bless her heart, because I know all too well how difficult that job is, because I used to be one too.
Hey, brother. Hey, so you know the real tribulations that come with that is when you realize how people are and how they treat people. And you know, my wife, she's a wonderful woman. She would never treat anybody bad, but she has to go and deal with these people that are like throwing old people up on the beds. You know, these are mentally disabled people, and they don't have any family, they don't have any help. But then they've got these women who are being paid $15 an hour to work at, you know, to look after them. And some of them might have the right interest in heart, but if you're being paid $15 an hour, at the end of the day, brother, I mean, who really gives a shit? You know what I mean?
That's true. And is that what CNAs are making out there?
Shit, $15 an hour, bro. $15 an hour is a good pay for my wife. Like, and then she's, hey brother, like she's 25. Like that's hard. You know what I mean? Like it's to be her boss makes $30 an hour, and she's literally been doing this half the time my wife has. Like it's not a perfect
sense, right?
You know what I mean?
It makes sense. And that's crazy just to kind of see the differences, because out here, and I don't mean to rub it in, but just to kind of give you an example.
Totally, bro. I don't get mad at anybody for living where they do. It's just I'm telling y'all, on the east side, it's a little bit different. Like y'all got high gas. We're just now seeing this high gas. We're just seeing this, and it's freaking us out because we got hard enough problems paying for groceries, bro.
CNAs out here, depending on where you work, you could make anywhere between $25 to $30. Right? That's also depending if you're like in the hospitals, if you're doing private care. I say that because I work for a few agencies where we staff these kind of things, right? So these are, damn, that's crazy to see the cost differences between states.
Bro, I mean, you're looking online, right? Like you're looking at the cost. It's real deal. Like, bro, in Virginia, if you're trying to go at, like, bro, back in the day, back in 2016, you know, I was a youngin'. I'm 28 now. So back in 2016, if I wanted to take a girl on a date, go to the movies, you know, get a dinner or whatever, the whole date costs maybe $80. You know what I'm saying? And nowadays, and this is just superficial talking, like, oh, what if I want to take a girl out? Whatever, bro, that's life. Like, that's what you should be allowed to do as an American citizen. Nowadays, if I want to do that, bro, I'm having to pay a babysitter. And this is, you know, this is all involving, like, you know, maybe you have a kid, maybe you have this, maybe you have that, whatever. Most people do. So if you want to hire a babysitter, you're talking about $200 in a night. That's just for the babysitter. You're talking about $80 going out. You're talking about $60 in gas. I mean, you know what I mean? It starts adding up, and it's, and bro. And I don't know, and literally, and I'm gonna go ahead and kind of out myself. I don't know if y'all are Trump supporters or not, but I was a Trump supporter, and I've kind of, my father being a he's a veteran. He's a United States veteran. He was in the Marine Corps for 8 years, and me and him were gung-ho on Trump. We were super excited about Trump. We were like, oh, finally someone that's looking out for the little man. And he got office, and brother, like, we're really disappointed. Like my dad, me, like, we're like, man, what happened? You know, like, this was supposed to be for us. And now it kind of just seems like he's looking out for the bigger fish. And that's nothing against any Trump supporter or anything like that. It's just like, dude, can you not see we're struggling? You know what I mean?
I mean, we got how many more years left? What, almost 2.5 more years left?
Yeah, about 3.
Right, so we're gonna have to wait and see where it goes. I mean, until then, we don't really have much of a choice or an option, you know?
No, there's not a total choice or an option. But what I'll tell you is, like, and I'm not being like a dickhead about it. It's like, my wife has asked me, she's like, well, how long do you think before he gets impeached? Do you think that is an option? Do you think that Trump might get impeached?
I mean, didn't he once?
Do what?
He got impeached once, right?
Well, what was that, like some like poll they did or something? Like, what, did he really get impeached, or was it like just a thing?
I'll be 100% honest with you. I am not a political person. I'm open to listening to everybody's opinions on it, but I'm just a person that's kind of stayed away from politics.
Yeah, no. I don't blame you at all, because it's super whack. Because bro, like my whole deal is like I'm a dude. Look, like you can look at me, dude. I got like face tattoos. I'm a fucking dude. All I've got as a choice in the world is to work. All I can do is to work. And what I've seen from like everybody I work with, like they see me and they want me to be like this like racist, like blue collar guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm serious. They see me as this guy and they're like, oh, like I can let the N word fly around this guy. You know what I mean? Because look at me. Look, I just look like that guy. But I'm really not, dude. Like I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So I'm around all these blue collar workers all the time that are always talking about like just what they think they want and what they think is right for the country and just their conservative values. And I'm like, dude, I totally feel that. Like I'm kind of conservative, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, the government has tricked us all along. You know what I mean? Ah, god damn it, I'm sounding like a fucking. What I try to get across is like, dude, you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. You get what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like some fucking conservative psychopath that's like, oh, you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Yeah, no, I do appreciate you coming out to the show and joining us for the live. We did jump off topic a little bit, which is fine.
I truly apologize. Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest. I was not on top. Let me get. Can I get on topic? Can I get on topic of what we're talking about, and I continue the situation?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I do want to ask: do you have a channel? Do you stream at all?
Yeah, dude. I tried to stream, but all my videos got taken down just because of. I truly don't know why, but like, no, it's just this. It's base chase 01. That's all I go by on YouTube. I don't have any social media. I don't have Instagram or Facebook or anything like that. I just go on YouTube. It's base chase 01.
Maybe we'll connect and I can pick your brain about the files and see what you've come across.
Oh, brother, please do, man. Like, cause I don't just watch Moist Critical, man. Like, you can come talk to me about some shit that has never been put on YouTube before if you want to, brother.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely we'll figure out a time. We'll definitely link up behind the scenes. Yeah, we can dive into those files if you want.
Yeah, no, I mean for sure, dude. Like I just want to grow I want to grow everything, bro. Like I'm sick of what I've seen is that like all right, so keep me on a little bit longer if you just bear with me. So we've got a lot of people talking about what's going on right now with Iran, right?
Yep.
So what just kind of is funny to me is like we're always talking, not we're always talking about, but like nowadays it kind of just seems like we're focusing on the Iranian side of things where it's like, and it just kind of, and I hate to be that guy where it's like, oh, why are we talking about, some sandbox overseas, like all that stupid, propagandist bullshit where it's like, it's just some redneck with a beard that thinks that all it is overseas is a sandbox. It's like, no, I know that's not the truth. Like, I know that there's a lot of people over there that would rather not have our soldiers in boots on the ground over there. And I get really upset about it, dude. Like, I get really, because, like I said, my dad was a veteran and he for the longest time took a lot of pride in being that. He was like, yeah, I mean, dude, y'all heard this guy, bro. Like he would be, I don't want to say it, but like he would be live about what type of stuff happened over there. And then nowadays, like after his kind of come to Jesus moment, seeing Trump be elected, and I got him to do, psilocybin a couple times, and he's like, oh, I don't know what we were ever fighting for. And that's just what it boils down to, is that the government has these young kids that are real gung-ho, and they're like me, they don't really have a lot of education. They don't really have a lot of experience other than just what's in front of them, which is what I've always been presented with. But for me, I've kind of been able to think outside the box. But where with these young kids, it's not as easy because they've got these fathers that never went to prison, so they couldn't question their activities. You know what I mean? So they have these role models that are like, oh, well, I'll just follow in their footsteps, and that'll make me an honorable, brave man. Like, you know, like you ever seen The Night of the Seven Kingdoms on HBO?
I haven't, but I've heard so much about it.
Brother,
Something I
gotta watch it, brother. I'm talking about some of the best screenplay, some of the best. I mean, cinematography. It's a masterpiece. You couldn't.
Just tell me about it.
Oh, bro, you couldn't get a better. I mean, Breaking Bad couldn't touch it. You could not get a better show. And this is just like in just some of the show, you just almost wish that the politicians of today would watch it. Like you almost wish, like, damn, I wish Putin would see this. That's how real, like, some of the like the meta is. You know what I mean? Like, but it's never gonna get into the psyche of where we need it to be, because it's where we need it to be, and it just never is where we need it to be. So like that's kind of where I see ourselves with media, and where media is, and where we need to be standing. And like that's gonna be, bro, I promise you, it's gonna be like a thing 10 years from now, where it's like how a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms divulged democracy, and it's gonna be, I promise you, like but just stupid shit like that, where you're like, you're watching shit like this go down, and you're like, how the hell did this, like, how the hell did this not take place in federal court? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying?
100%. But Chase, listen here. I want to make sure that I give everybody an opportunity to come on. We'll definitely connect. Definitely connect.
Okay.
You want to pick your brain on
I'm sorry for taking it on a tangent. I thoroughly apologize for that.
This is the first time we've done a panel show, so I do appreciate you just hopping on and joining us. So hopefully you'll come back and join another show, and we'll have you on again.
Please do. I appreciate being on. I love being on. Whatever you want to do, man. I like to try and get information out to the people.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us, Chase, and we will catch you again another show.
No doubt, brother. No doubt.
Appreciate it.
All right, bro.
Take care. Take care. All right, let's go ahead and add Sydney. Sydney is
hey,
one of our mods here. Welcome.
hi.
Welcome.
This is now my second panel, and all in one day.
I seen that you were on another show.
Yeah, I got invited to go on Zabs, and I've never done a panel, so I figured I'd try it.
How was it?
I think it went well. I don't know. It's hard because at the moment, most of everything is like speculative. So I feel like it's easy to poke holes in just about everything.
Yeah.
And so that worries me about the case for sure. Hold on. I forgot I need to turn on the chats. There we go. I forgot that in my last one. Sorry, my cat is walking on my keyboard.
Oh, we got Yoshi's over here somewhere. So we
This
were
is
just
Yokai.
talking about the D4VD case, and we were just talking about I don't know, what were we talking about, chat?
Yeah, what were we talking about? I just got here. 1 second, my cats are stuck in here, so I'm gonna open the door. Otherwise, they're gonna be in here. So, what do we want to talk about?
Good question.
This is so. I didn't think I was gonna do anything today, so.
That's a Preacher.
Let's let go. Hey, Preacher. I'm glad to see you. I feel like it's been forever.
So actually, what we were showing was the Zach Sang interview that he did with D4VD, and they were talking about the Withered tour. So we'll play a few minutes of this, and then we'll get your thoughts on it.
Okay, let me know when you're ready for thoughts.
Cool.
5. Holy balls.
Damn.
5.
But in 2 years.
Yeah.
But you also released, which I think it's really crazy that your fans are so adamant on you having an album. You released 40 singles.
Dude, I'm out. I'm out there. Definitely out
You're
there. It's so funny because I be seeing the TikTok like, drop. Why don't you drop? And it's like, just go to my.
Are you kidding?
I've been dropping, bro.
It's 40 songs.
Yeah.
So, okay.
40 songs?
How does life change? Like, how does your daily outlook change from the last time we met? Because even
again, if anybody out there, wants to talk and discuss the D4VD and discuss about, your thoughts on how he's innocent, please come up and share your thoughts.
We think he's innocent?
We have some people in the chat that do believe that he's innocent, which
Okay. I'm interested to hear that because that's not my personal opinion, and I love to hear different opinions. Anyways, so let's hear it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to join, more than welcome.
And living that life.
Della, come join.
I don't know. I don't know if you started in vans or I don't think so. I would assume you went right to the bus.
We went straight
life.
to the bus.
That's sick.
Straight to the bus. God bless. Yeah.
Truly, God bless.
Absolutely.
Because life is different in the back of a white creeper van, dude.
with the barred window.
Yeah, bro. It is not okay.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Ew.
Can you explain how your daily outlook and like just the way you perceive life now changes from that experience?
I mean, it's definitely very, very euphoric, and it doesn't feel real to be like, on tour and to have such an ability to travel like that, and to be able to see the fans in face to face in real time and be able to feel that emotion and that connection to them. It's just like you don't believe it, and it's so hard to process that. Like that to me is bigger than getting a viral song. Like you really have people sitting in this room that bought tickets to your show that's really screaming every word. Like that's insane.
Like think about that as like an internet kid, like
Right.
somebody who spends so much time playing video games behind a screen.
Yeah.
Like all these people that they exist in this digital universe now exist
in real life.
Yeah, in
That's
front of you.
crazy, bro. Like you're supposed to be a comment. Like you're a comment, bro. You're a like. That's crazy. You're really like real. It's so fire. I love them so much. Yeah.
It's amazing.
So cool.
So does it change the way you make art? Yes, obviously. It's how we got to Withered, right?
Yeah, man.
So this is where he's going to start talking about the Withered album and
Okay.
how everything kind of relates to him now, right?
And
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, like in the process of getting outside
So
my
real
house
quick, is this before we think she died or after, allegedly?
This took place literally after she passed away. Well,
Okay, I was just checking.
so this was supposed to be,
I want to watch his body
I
language.
want to say like 1 or 2, maybe a few days after his 20th birthday, which was on March 28th. So this was, I can't see here, but this was uploaded on April 28th. So a few days after his birthday, could have been, I don't know, first week of April to say.
Yeah. Okay.
Exploring
Yeah.
the world
So
and find-
okay.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I had a question but I lost it, so continue.
Cool.
finding friends, losing friends, finding relationships, losing relationships. It's just everything has kind of been shaping and leading up to this project in such a domino effect way,
Like just living life and it feeling.
This album is my life. Like Withered is my life. Pedals with
This is the part that I want us to kind of listen to and kind of focus on. This part right here where he says, "Pedal to Thorns is what I wanted my life to be, and Withered is my actual life."
domino effect way,
He's really
Like
trying
just
to be
living
Tyler, the
life and it
Creator.
feeling.
This album is my life. Like Withered is my life. Petals of Thorns and Lost Petals are what I wanted my life to be, and then Withered is my life.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So where do they align at all?
They do indeed, because like I said, I kind of felt like.
So what are your thoughts on that? The fact that he says Pedal to Thorns is what he wanted his life to be, but Withered is his actual life. So what do you feel he is telling everybody?
So I'm not super familiar with his music, I won't lie to you. I haven't gone through it. So in my opinion, just based off of him specifically talking about it and what little that I've seen with his music videos, I do think it's interesting that his symbolism is roses. I think that a lot of his friends also post roses, like dead roses or dried roses all the time. And so I do kind of wonder like how that connects back to it. But other than that, I would have to look at the chat for that.
Okay. I do
Is he a
just,
prophet yet?
is he a prophet? Does he really think he is? I mean, he might think he is, but is he really? No, he's far from it, right?
He might believe it.
But I do find it weird that he did make that comment where withered is his life, right? And if we're just basically going to take what he says literally,
Yep.
we know that every track on withered has something to do with some sort of death. We do know that the vocals of Celeste have been used on some of his songs. They
Mhm.
have the invisible string theory on there.
Which is such a bummer because I do love the invisible string theory. He ruined it for me. I don't know. It just to me shows some sort of premeditation or some sort of like, I don't know, almost manifestation that he has created in his head, and maybe something happened and he recreated it and now he has. So I know I've talked about this before, but when you commit a crime such as murder, like you totally disconnect from the way that reality is, and socially you have a whole different view of the world. So I could see him very much being like, this was what I wanted and here's what I got. So it is interesting. But again, I feel bad because I haven't listened to any of the music videos.
It's cool. It's crazy. We have 260 people combined on both lives, which is probably one of the highest that we've done in a really long time. So everybody who's out there,
Oh my
watching,
gosh,
thank you
I'm
guys for hanging
sorry.
out.
My light keeps turning off.
No, you're good. You're good. But here, let's go ahead and continue this because
Yeah.
some good things he says.
It was a prophetic thing that I was speaking about heartbreak and
with the prom.
love and all these things I had never experienced before, but then I actually experienced them. And it's like, yo, I really said this about myself 2 years ago. It's happening.
But is it what you really expected?
3D light. Are you saying that David would never come on a panel and talk? Are you saying that you're David and David is innocent? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I'm curious to know reasoning behind it. I'm having a really hard time with the idea that he was not involved, I guess, unless it was some sort of like elaborate cover up or like setup. I just don't see it. To me, those kinds of crimes in general are typically like all about power dominance and control. So in my opinion, like holding on to her, making all this music is his way of still controlling her even after her death. Especially if this happened afterwards. I do wonder, like, who is he talking about? Like, if it was Celeste or like.
I just want to know if 3D light is David.
What's 3D light? Is that in the chat?
Yep.
David, come hang.
And experience doesn't mean he went to kill someone. Oh no, we're not talking about experience.
He doesn't have any experience.
I
I
mean,
think
we
he's
don't know. We don't know.
allegedly.
Do you have experience, David? It's very rare and seldom that we have people come onto the show to support his innocence, which is fine if you do. You know, I'd love to hear from those people who do support David. 3D,
Yeah.
right?
I think it's important to like have those different opinions. Otherwise, you're kind of just talking to a wall about it and getting the same information. So if David wants to come on here, you know,
or if
explain.
anybody who wants to discuss why they believe he is innocent, I mean, please.
Storm, why do you think it's Neo
Neo? You think it's Neo?
who killed her? Is that what you're saying?
Or do you think it's Neo that's 3D? I mean, that wouldn't be.
Wait, what is 3D? The chat. Sorry, forgot. It's like 4:30 a.m. So my
that's
brain's
right.
cooked.
Base Chase said, I think he's innocent too.
Yes, Cat Seer, come on the panel.
Cat's here. You want to join the panel?
That sounds so fun.
David is the
Yay!
type to put padded cushion on his toilet seats.
I could see that, honestly. He took a shit 2 hours ago and it still fucking smelled, so
Right?
he needs
All right,
some help there.
Let's go ahead and play this.
Cushion.
It's weird because I have such a weird view and take on situations like that because I'm always looking for writing material in these types of things. So instead of taking it to the chin, being like, "Oh my God, like I'm heartbroken," like I go straight to my phone or band lab, go straight to the studio and write about it. I never actually like fully process situations like that because I'm always expecting it to happen.
3D Light, yes, we are very aware that robbery and homicide have this case, but why is he innocent? I don't think 3D is going to join the panel, but
I don't think so either. And if it is, maybe it's a voice changer.
And then after, as soon as it happens, I'm writing about it. So
you're expecting. Let's break that down.
Yeah,
because I going immediately to art like is a means of coping.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
But you saying expecting it, meaning like you get into a friendship expecting it to end in a devastating, tragic, sad way, so it can inspire art.
I feel like he's manifesting.
Are you manifesting
something.
that in a certain?
I
degree?
don't know.
Oh, he said exactly what I just said.
Oh, I hope I'm not. I really hope I'm not because it feels that way. Because it like
Yeah,
I look
probably
back
'cause
to
you
old
did
songs
it.
like
Allegedly.
"Life's a Dream" and all these songs I wrote in my closet or my sister's closet in 2022. When I'm looking at my life in the past 8 to 9 months, and I'm like, whoa, like bro, these songs are soundtracking my life. So I hope I'm not involuntarily doing that, but it might be that way. I gotta lie.
Storm, me too.
Interesting. I gotta say, your family's so cool.
I know, right?
Your mom is the reason you like your mom is amazing.
She's the GOAT, bro.
Like you just needed music for your video game videos, and like your mom could have like come up with another solution, but she
Right.
was like, do it yourself. Like who just goes like figure it out?
Shout out to mom. That's my mom.
That's fucking awesome.
I thought she said
Like,
she didn't
and
like
then your
his
sister.
music.
I mean,
Am I
do-
wrong?
Can we believe anything that comes out from this guy's mouth?
I guess no, you are very correct. I just remember him very vividly saying, that's not my son, that's too violent. And him being like, I know this is good.
Yeah. And if my mom doesn't like it, then I know it's something good.
I know it's cool if my mom doesn't like it. Like, that's such an amateur view of things, in my opinion.
So let's continue.
The
My
closet.
sister
Like
too.
Steph now?
Yeah.
So what part of this album was actually recorded in that closet? Because it was recorded between LA, right?
Right. LA, London. Most of it was in London,
That's
and
right.
the other half in Houston on my phone. So probably 50-50. So half in London, one song in LA, 2 songs in South Korea and Japan, and then the other half just on my phone.
What
Yeah.
did you do in South Korea and Japan?
We're going to skip over to this part right here that says that it's the most watched and replayed. See if there's anything interesting.
Oh, I didn't know that's
I mean,
what it
with
meant on YouTube.
the,
That's sick.
the view of, oh, this is going to be a really good song. And it's not just the sound on TikTok. It's not just this. It's not just that. But they're actually involved and interested in how the songs are made and written and how they sound when they come out. So.
Was it
Sponsor
hard for you
me.
to open up this process to Benny Blanco and Ryan Tedder? And even though that's so cool, but like it is also something that was just you in a closet.
Benny and Ryan got it.
I'm going to grab something to drink too. I'll be right back. But
I
continue.
know, I'm like, sponsor me, Polar Seltzer. I buy so much.
Right? 1 second.
Almost instantly. There was some people I met a couple years ago that I had to explain it to when it was not like, you were like, oh, but there's a $5,000 Neumann mic right there. You have to use it. And I was like, bro, I don't want to. But like Ryan and Benny, they connected with it instantly and they knew how to work with me and understood the workflow. It was super synergistic. Yeah.
It's really special. Really, really special. Both songs, Sky and Ghost, you can hear a bunch of different influences there.
I'm glad you noticed that.
Oh, dude, you're hearing a little bit of the Smiths.
Mm-hmm.
Get some Jeff Buckley energy.
Yes, sir.
I also get a Chicken
What?
Little reference.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
Afterlife, you got a little bit of Tom York, a
Yeah,
little bit of Radiohead.
What's fueling those?
I don't
musical
see any of
influences? Who's
those.
pumping
Am I
music
the
in
only
your
one
life? Where's it
who's
coming
like,
from?
what?
How are you
Literally
discovering it?
me discovering things.
He said he sounds like what did he just say? I don't even know. He mentioned like a bunch of indie music, and
Let's see.
Get a Chicken
I
Little
think.
reference.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great.
Afterlife, you got a little bit of Tom York, a little bit of Radiohead.
What's fueling those musical influences? Who's prompting the music in your life? Where's it coming from? How are you
Literally
discovering
me discovering things by myself. Like, I don't get
By
sent too much
myself?
music.
You're just on the
It's
internet?
so crazy. Yeah, I'm just, bro, my screen time is crazy. My screen time's so crazy. I'll just be on SoundCloud just looking for like old
I don't know
demos and
how he
stuff, like
does
Jeff
it.
Buckley demos, unreleased stuff, Radiohead's unreleased projects, things that didn't make albums. I'm just looking for the oddballs and the outliers of popular artist music, because I feel like when I'm making my own music and there's stuff that doesn't make the album, is low-key your best work. So I try to find the best work of these mythical artists like Jeff, or like a Tom York, or like Radiohead, or like a Nirvana, and I'm trying to find those bits and pieces of unfinished work and things that could have been great but weren't because they weren't released.
I'm just waiting for him to say Kurt Cobain.
I hope he doesn't. But I'm kind of over this interview.
I don't know why he's naming all these people when like he clearly sounds, and I know this comes up like every few years or months. He really does sound like early Tyler the Creator, but like actually a psycho.
He did say Nirvana, huh?
Yeah. Does
Yeah.
that make any sense to you? I was literally waiting.
No, absolutely not.
Like I don't find any of those to be like
Tara, what's
I don't
up,
know.
Tara? Let's see.
Tara. Ooh, she drunky.
To think your career can survive after this is Delulu, says Alien Baby.
I love the word Delulu, first of all. And yes, I agree. But also, like, I wonder if they're just gonna try to, like, get a scapegoat. And that's what scares me about it, I guess. Is,
Thinking
like,
that they're
would
waiting.
I rather have one person go down or, like, a group of people? And if I were them, I would say one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? He sounds nothing like Nirvana. That's
Yeah.
such an odd thing to say. And he also says, and this is probably irrelevant, how he does everything himself. And I was just talking about the like the different cut marks on Celeste, and I'm just curious. I know that they said that like or Sloan said something about maybe that she had been where was I going? With the dismemberment. Damn, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, could he have been trying to do that himself and it's like hesitation marks or like trying to figure it out by himself?
Who knows? Who knows? I'm kind of over this interview, but I do want to go back to this one right over here, because
yes,
this is the one that I was talking to you guys about last night about wanting to watch on stream. So this is one that he did 5 months ago, and he kind of talks about, you know, some of the things that we may have forgotten. So I do want
I
to
definitely appreciate rewatching these old things. I feel like some of them are really telling.
I'm gonna go ahead and play it right now.
Stories, even if you do it anonymously, be like, listen, there's like a 12 or 13-year-old that's hanging out in this this musician's mansion up at all hours of the night, and you know, this is, I mean, this should not a object, should not a toy, should not their possession, you know.
Well, and so, you know, going off this, Bob, I don't want to get anyone, you know, upset with me again, because I really am not trying to blame the parents. I just question a lot of things, but I'm not in their position. If they feel uncomfortable because they feel like they will be taken out of this country, you know, that's something I don't know. But what I have to wonder again is, you know, we all have iPhones or Droids, whatever. She most likely did because she was communicating with him on all these different apps. Were her parents tracking that?
Future wifey.
But like, do the police?
What's that?
I said future wifey.
Future wifey.
Have her phone now. When did it stop pinging? When did it, you know, I'm just like, I don't know. And Ashley, I don't know about David's parents, Ashley, because he's 20 years old. So I don't know. But yeah, I just have questions about that. You know,
Yeah,
like
well, as far as the phones go, I don't know if they have her physical device, but what they have done is they've absolutely given exigent warrants to the phone company, and they've gotten her. I guarantee they have her iCloud, or you know, whatever the equivalent is if she was on Android. They have that data. If they have the device itself, then they'll be able to do a Cellbrite on it, and Cellbrite's gonna just blow this whole thing open, and including his phone. So because you can't even delete stuff, you know, Cellbrite, you're done, right? But
yeah,
listen, I think in the end, and I am in no way trying to trash the parents. I deal with so many runaways and people that are in this position where they're like, should I just be happy that they're at a safe environment instead of like on the street, because they keep running away? They're like, and they're torn, and it's like, and they're not getting any help from CPS or anything. So
Can I interrupt real quick?
but I think in the end, are you going to find?
Do you feel like since she couldn't drive herself that it was almost like a kidnapping situation? It's not like she could just go home. She can't just drive herself there, and I'm assuming he took care of the money.
Depends on what you mean by kidnapping, right? I mean, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, we know that she was 14. She wasn't of age to give consent, but do I think she made a conscious choice to not want to be home?
But would it be considered that? I know, like, that she chose to run away, but, like, it's not like she could return home. That was just my question. But it's probably irrelevant. But that was why I interrupted.
I mean, I have a hard time believing that she didn't want to be home. I mean, that
Yeah,
she
exactly.
wanted to be home, right? Because
Yeah.
she's ran away from home, I don't know, countless amount of times, right? Just to be with him. I mean,
Yeah.
he's even gone out of his way to go pick her up from
True.
Lake Elsinore, right? Maybe not him personally, but there was transportation ready to pick her up and bring her
Yeah,
back.
because she can't drive.
Exactly.
But that's all I had to say. We can continue.
I'm sure she felt obligated to stay all the money and attention, which is a good point, right? I mean, you think about it. What
life did she have prior, and what was she being given in this situation that made her feel like she should stay in it, you know?
Well,
okay, legal definition of kidnapping, yes.
Here, so let's look up legal definition of kidnapping. I'm curious, right?
Yeah, I am too. I was just wondering because, like, again, I was reading through the document, and I'm just curious if that's something that, like...
Okay, so here's the definition from Legal Information Institute. It says kidnapping is the unlawful taking, holding, or carrying away of a person by force, threat, or deception, usually to a different location against their will.
But in the case of a minor, would it be different?
I don't think so.
No.
It is a serious felony involving the restriction of liberty, often for purposes like ransom, robbery, or sexual abuse.
That's a good point, Della.
Key elements include unlawful confinement, movement, and lack of consent.
And she can't consent.
By legal terms, I guess not.
Yeah, it doesn't, I don't know if it adds anything in the grand scheme of it, but I was just curious since she's harboring a minor. That's a good way to put it, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I mean, maybe the way I'm looking at it is a little different, right? But I would think that, you know, what 14-year-old would not like the opportunity to date or call their celebrity crush their actual boyfriend.
Oh, I
right?
would.
If
I'm
that
going to be real with you. At that age, I probably would have. If
And-
I had a bad life at home, I would want.
that meant running away, right? And going to a place where, I don't know, she could just be free. And I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
if
just
her-
thinking like by legal definition because they were mentioning trafficking, so I wasn't sure if kidnapping would be like kind of in the realm of what could be happening, or like Della said, like Stockholm syndrome kind of thing. That's kind of an interesting thought.
I mean, we can say that she was groomed as well, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, clearly we know that he was saying that he media trained her.
Mm-hmm. And
Right.
then later he says I'm being media trained or something, right? He has a video of him saying it about himself.
So here, hold on. Let's go. Let's check out this video, right? Because there was a new video that showed up yesterday or the day before, which
Okay.
had a little bit more context from that live stream. So we'll just kind
Oh,
of watch
cool.
that really quick.
I haven't watched like more recent stuff.
So this is the video
let's
that I
see.
put up as a short. So
Okay. I think I like skimmed it, so I'm interested. Let's go.
Media
I personally don't.
I media trained you.
No, you did.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Dude, he laughs.
yeah, he
He
absolutely.
thinks it's funny.
So here, we'll continue to play this.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my! Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes. Everything goes. Everything.
Delete it. Delete it all.
And so here, I don't know if this was the same Twitch stream or a different one, but
It's so hard to tell because sometimes they merge their stuff from different days, I've noticed.
yeah.
Ooh, what are you drinking over there?
Coke Zero. I
Okay,
am
so we're gonna
Coke.
try to get sponsored by Polar and Coke Zero today.
This is not a sponsored video.
I took it off because it didn't go with the silver.
This was not paid.
I took it off because it didn't go with the silver.
What did she say?
I took it off because I didn't want the one with the silver. I don't know what she's referring to.
Is she talking about like a ring or something? Is her
Possibly.
ring in that picture silver?
I think so.
Interesting.
I took it
Okay.
off because it didn't go with the silver.
Season it. It's already seasoned, but it's Alfredo.
Seasoning.
Seasoning? Ew. What are you talking about?
Chat. Pray for his career, chat. Are we done? Are we?
We need to delete this.
Are we? Maz, can we delete all VODs and then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream?
So here, obviously, because he's realized what he said, right? There's also some comments that are here being mentioned by people watching the Twitch.
I remember the Epstein Island, but it seems like they added the end. Was there anything interesting? Just because I can't really read it.
As far as the comments, no, but I do want you to listen to what he says.
Okay.
Are we done?
He asks her, "Are we done?" Basically acknowledging, like, are we being canceled?
Are we?
Right? That's what it sounded like.
He just asked, "Are we done? Are we canceled?" So listen to him.
Are we done? Are we?
We need to
Are we canceled? And then she says, "We need to delete this."
delete this.
Are we? Maz, can we delete all VODs and then as soon as the stream ends, delete the
David, pay
stream
me
too?
off.
So, how much is David gonna pay us in his Discord?
I wish a lot. Come on, let's
So
go.
what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this?
I think that you're very right. I think that the ending adds a lot of context to the video because you get to see like the actual reaction that he had. And like you were saying that, are we done? It does sound like we're done. Like no more. Like this is. When was this video posted? Do we know?
I want to say this was back in January.
Interesting. If we think about the idea that the timeline is she died in January, I wonder if he realized like his career and everything can go down the drain. And like there's that saying, like if you corner a dog in a dead-end street, it's gonna turn and bite you. And like I wonder if that was how he was feeling, like it was almost a liability. But I don't think that's what he meant by done. I think you're right. I just wonder if that was like a realization to him, because it really sounded like a genuine, like, I was not expecting this. Like, delete this. Like, no more, done, done, done.
I have Chase who just joined, so I'm gonna bring him back on stage and let him share a few things too. See what he's got.
Yeah, let's hear Chase.
All right, thank you, dude. Yeah, exactly. So y'all are talking about like, oh yeah, he's like, oh, are we done? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, he's asking like, are we getting canceled?
Are we getting canceled?
Especially where I remember the like Epstein references. I was like, yeah, that
What
is a little
Epstein references
suspicious
do you
if
know?
all of your fans kind of know about Celeste already.
Let me see if I can get that.
The video.
So some of
I'm
the
sorry, you kind of sound like you're like underwater.
I said, what are they like calling her, Ghislaine?
No, they like mention a reference to like Epstein Island or something, I believe.
And so as soon as he read those comments, he was basically questioning, like, "Oh shit, are we done? Are we getting canceled?"
Yeah.
Because
what his whole
Because
thing
can you
is-
delete these videos, or did someone just happen to be screen recording?
Well, we're talking about it now,
I
so I
don't
mean,
know how Discord really works.
There's no way of these videos being deleted because, like, me and
Okay.
you, we're talking about it now, right? So there could be somebody like screen recording this, you know. I mean, there's no real privacy.
So
Yeah,
here's
no,
what
I
I'm-
really need to practice better internet safety, and everyone should. So I'm just gonna quickly put that in there. Change your passwords,
So
please.
here's what my understanding is of the actual video and how it got out. So obviously on Twitch there's VODs, which are video on demand, and I think after some of your streams there's a potential for them to be saved, and that may have been the case. But after the stream went on, and because of the results of the chat, they deleted the VOD and it was no longer around. But the reason why there's a screen recording of it, if I'm not mistaken, was because there was somebody in the chat who had asked for David to give a birthday shout out to that person. So that person was screen recording everything that was happening. And
That
so
they
that screen recording captured this moment. So you can see here.
What a sick, disgusting screen recording moment, right?
Yeah, the end of it is actually kind of jarring. I feel like it was already jarring the first time I saw it, but the way he reacted at the end, you can really tell, like, he knows what he's doing. He's very aware.
And, like, imagine being friends with you're doing a stream with someone, and then you're like, yeah, we're just doing a normal stream, and then he says some shit like that, and you're like,
yeah.
Yeah, if one of you said something like that, I would be like, hey. Like, what?
Yo.
Guilty.
I agree.
definitely. Bro,
Good
imagine.
night. David is guilty, allegedly.
For sure.
Here, let's finish watching the video and see if there's anything else that he says.
Yes, please.
Chat. Pray for his career, chat.
Pray for his career, chat, is what somebody said in the chat.
Are we done? Are we?
We need to delete this.
Are we? Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too? Can we delete anything?
Well, she's laughing. She thinks it's funny.
What I mean, what
That's
do you?
so
what is she
fucked
gonna-
up that he has literally made it so that is like a joke to her, and that's something
Isn't that like,
groomers
what
do.
is she
Is they
gonna-
like? Oh, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. No,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm being a fucking. I'm a big brother. This is big brother energy. I'm gonna fucking take it back. All right, go ahead. Tell me what you were talking about.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, groomers tend to like find people kind of like Celeste, where they they have like not the best life, and they kind of like push boundaries and see what is acceptable to that person. And the fact that she's laughing at the idea of him raping her is very concerning.
Yeah, you might say it's pretty fucked up, right?
Very.
Yeah, that's what I would think. And that's the problem, because I know people like this. Like, I literally
We all
know
do,
them.
I feel like.
But I've been like, literally, like, my little sister knows guys like this, where she's like, my buddy's
Yeah.
shooting a music video this weekend, and I'm like, oh, sick, he's shooting a music video? Let me see. And it's literally just this. It's literally just like how would you defend yourself from this rape accusation is what the music video is.
And it's just so crazy, because the document does that, the habeas corpus act. So from what I understand from someone in our Discord who is a paralegal, is that essentially it states that in there he is being targeted for essentially murder one with more malice and forethought. I almost tried to mush those words together. But it doesn't mention much or anything about the relationship, and they can't like redact that information, otherwise it can be deemed as entrapment, and that defeats the whole point of filing a habeas corpus act. Like, basically it's just saying you have protection, this is what you're talking about when you're coming, this is the information. So if they left something out in order to like get them in there, that's considered entrapment.
And what I like to call that is the white trash paradox, because you've got, and I'm not joking, but you've got people like me who are considered white trash. And like, if say my mama got beat up by her old man, that's just part of that's part of the culture. You know what I mean? That's like, oh yeah, like that's that trailer park shit. So you hear something like that, and it's easy for someone like this to be like, oh, it's my word against hers. You know what I'm saying?
And she's not here to defend herself, and that's the shitty part. Oh no, I think they...
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I feel like they were trying to push boundaries, and for some reason it made her feel like comfortable enough to be making this into a public joke. Because anyone who's chronically online would know the internet's forever. Like, I'm just thinking back to Karen Reed and the fact that one of them Googled "has long to die in cold," and she tried to claim that like that wasn't the time of the phone was incorrect, and like she didn't search that during the time period that he was like outside. And I don't know, I feel like anyone who would have like a gore obsession probably also would know like snuff and stuff is like not real. It's not legal. Like, it's just not.
So I have this comment pinned, and it's been up for a minute, and I think it couldn't have been said any better. I think that this was the inside joke that they had between them all, right? And that basically insinuates that he knows, she knows that it's bad, but they're still gonna joke about it. But this time, this was an accidental slip that came out publicly,
like a Freudian slip kind of thing.
Freudian slip that took place during a live stream, right? This was something that we always joke about. But
who started it? Did she say it first? Did we notice?
I think, well, she was the one who slipped, right?
Okay, I almost wonder if like the Freudian slip that we just talked about, like if she brought it up, like.
But again, we're only seeing like a small portion of this live stream. I don't know if there were any innuendos that were discussed during the live stream or not.
Is there a media?
I personally don't.
Yo, I media trained you.
So he basically said, "Yo, I media trained you," right? And I don't know if him grabbing her shoulder like this is really to kind of
very.
I don't know if he's grabbing her by the shoulder to like, like, hey, don't fucking slip, like don't
I
say
mean,
anything.
I feel like the way he's grabbing her shoulder and the way she has her hoodie up is very aggressive and controlling, which I feel like matches. Like, he's very comfortable. And I don't want to go back to Epstein, but like, you think about the pictures of all of him with like his hands on people, it's like a control factor. Like, I do think he's reminding her, like, shut up. Like, this can genuinely get us in trouble and ruin my whole life.
How did Celeste know of Epstein Island and what happens? Was that a silent plea for help?
That's what I was just kind of insinuating, is like when I was saying, did she say it first?
You know what? I don't think I've ever considered this part. Could this have been her blatantly saying it, so then that way it could be publicly known?
A plea for help, or like if she, I don't know, if I was in that situation, I would definitely like, if I, like, you think about true crime and there's like some people who will like think about like counting how long they're trapped somewhere while they're traveling. Like, there are those times where people are like dropping clues for people to pick up on it, and I feel like they're right that it could have been a plea for help that like never got received because clearly everyone thinks it's a joke.
So Rufio said, I don't think it was Freudian. I think she was upset and blasting David, but not fully understanding the gravity of the situation with her young mind, which kind of just circles back to exactly what we were talking about, right?
Yeah. Like how those dynamics are very, again, control, it seems like, is his, like, the way he's touching her makes me feel like he's being aggressive and very much reminding her what you just said is very inappropriate.
And Jessica, thank you for pointing this out, because actually up until this point, I had never really considered this point of view before. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
A and E is in the Epstein files along with a few with Interscope. I didn't look too hard because it honestly was cracking my brain, but there are connections to Epstein clearly, which I feel like it sucks because everything seems to be somehow relating to that at the moment, but like clearly this is because they're making comments in the group chat about it.
Rufio Bandy said she was unhappy about a situation, but this is as far as she would take it. Oh, you don't want me to say it, so I'll make it on accident. Whoops. Damn.
Yeah, I think it might have been a cry for help, to be honest, that people missed. I mean, this didn't come out until how long into the case? Was this first, or was this like, at this point, the videos are all kind of blending together.
So I mean, I don't. This video, I believe, was what?
January, you said?
Yeah.
How many people think it's January she died? I'm curious.
It's supposed to be January of 2024, so a whole year.
A whole year before. Okay. Okay, I guess who thinks they died in January 2025? Send that link.
That would definitely be me. Whitney, you took your nap already and you're back?
Yeah, good morning. It's 5 a.m. here.
Oh, dear Lord.
Well, I haven't been sleeping, so I don't know. I was bored and saw you were still on the panel, so I was like, I'll come hang out.
Her young mind was still processing a situation that may have happened, but she might have felt David pulling away. He may have lied and told her things would be all right, but she's feeling slighted here. Good question, because we have no idea what happened in the majority of the stream that took place earlier. Who knows if there was a situation that came up and he pissed her off and was like, I'm going to get you back.
Yeah, like something almost went too far. But I agree, like, truly her frontal lobe has not developed at like 14. That just like the way that she was very, I think, targeted. First of all, she's a minority. Second of all, she's a chronic runaway. She was unhappy at home. She was on all these websites that we know are used for, or are used by, in some cases, people who don't have the best intentions. Like, and I agree, maybe she might have felt him pulling away. I mean, there's that phone call of her crying and drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think I would agree. And I honestly think it could have been a cry for help that everyone missed, because who would assume? I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know if he was lying to his chat. I don't know. I wish Zerks would give some information on the Discord.
Zerks isn't going to give anything. Not even, not even today. I know he's done everything he can to avoid coming on streams, talking about it publicly. So
Yeah, blink if you are sleep talking.
Sydney is.
No, dude, I'm so awake. It's actually, I go through cycles where like I can't sleep and I sleep way too much. It's just a thing.
Let's go ahead and continue with this one because we still haven't been able to get through it. So we'll watch this.
Let's go.
We'll watch this, and then after we'll call it a night because we've been on for almost 4 hours. Damn.
Yeah, I was just noticing
was
that.
in contact with her over the last year at certain times. I'm positive. I know there's some things I know that. So yes, I think you're gonna find that out, and it's gonna look bad. But I also think there's, I don't know. You can't justify it. I get the frustration, and I know it's now the worst has happened. So it's like, oh my God, I made the wrong decision.
Yeah, no, it's
just there's a lot of blame to go around, but the one person that should not be blamed is Celeste, because she's not of age to consent. So that means that she's not of age to think these decisions through. And listen, yeah, it's going to look great. Go out with some rich singer, live in his mansion, think
what we talked about earlier, right? What 14 wouldn't want to go live in a mansion with their boyfriend who's a crazy superstar on TikTok.
you're in love.
Yeah.
That's why she's not of age to consent, because she doesn't have the ability to take all those factors. So I hate to see any victim shaming going on with her, because I think that she was very impressionable.
I haven't seen any of that for her. Nothing for her. Yeah.
Not a 15-year-old. She was never, ever, ever, ever alive at 15. She was not. The car was found on the 8th. It was towed on the 5th. She turned 15 on the 7th. She turned 15 in death. She was only alive at 14. And from what it appears, he was around her from 11, possibly even 10 years old. So this is a tiny child. Even if you just want to be friends with her, which I don't like, why? Why?
No, I'm sorry. No. Yeah. Again, I'm thinking of my 9-year-old daughter. When she's 12, whatever, if whatever 17, 18-year-old boy wants to become friends with her, no, that's literally not going to happen. That pervert's going,
right.
No way. And I don't think I have not seen anyone shame Celeste. I think at this point,
well, yeah. That kind of goes with the family. They're kind of like, oh, well, the family let her and stuff. Yeah, I don't mean that. I mean, and also, but listen, the family's going to get blowback here. I get it. I don't think it was a situation where they sold her into that. Were they getting financial help at times? I'll bet that comes out that they were.
So this is what I think people are saying, and this is how the rumors spread is exactly what you just said. Because I've heard this, and again, when I did a live stream the other day, and anybody who had information, I just said, okay, where did you get this from? Did you hear it firsthand? Who did you hear it from? Did you I just want to know where it's coming from, because people have said, the parents were getting paid off to look the other way because they needed money. So that, I think, is where the parental hate was coming from. That seemed to sort of explode. But then you also heard that students may have been getting paid to look the other way. And that's what that photo was in the school parking lot of David with just like an average looking student, you know,
Yep.
who the hell knows what they're doing? I don't know what they're doing, but
And that's gonna be a part of this too. Now, if they were minors at the time, they're probably gonna skirt anything. But you know what? They have, you know, they should have a pretty guilty conscience themselves too, because what they did is they took the money over helping this girl, and now she ends up dead in the front of a Tesla.
That's kind of an
So
accusation.
that money is blood money.
But if it's true,
How does he know
right?
that?
We don't know it's true.
No,
Allegedly, right?
Yeah. I mean, under my name it says allegedly. Everything's alleged.
If it's
true. This is
Now-
my issue. It's like until we know, we're looking in all these weird directions, and I'm just like,
I don't know. This comment made me laugh though. Buddy on the right needs a damn bump. Yeah. It looks like he may have just woken up, right?
All I can tell
time, these come
that it's
back
a
and
difference is the sweater, to be honest, in all of his videos.
I mean, it looks like it's early morning.
He is in a different angle this time and a t-shirt, I will say, but we can continue. I'm done making fun of his sweaters.
That's not what it really was. You know, it was something else. But I will say that I do know, I listen, I have seen text messages. I do know that there was a certain amount of people that knew her, that were around her age, that knew where she was and who she was with. And I think that goes down to even some family members. So, but again, it comes down to, is it, you want to run the risk of her keep running away, or is she safe? And of course it's like, oh, she's with this rich guy. I'm sure that part of that is like comes into it where you can't justify it, but it's just like it gets really and also nobody thinks that this is going to happen, right? Like worst case scenario, nobody's going to think that she's going to end up dead. It's more like, oh well, but she's not in school, and and that's the thing. It's like David and especially Josh, the manager, and listen, Josh is there's a whole bunch of people from Interscope that were involved in his career, and listen, I'm sure he has publicists, people that were in his orbit. Like, why wasn't anybody like, shouldn't she be in school? Shouldn't they were just letting her like destroy her life. And
I wanted to ask you, what you live in LA, you live in this world to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on Josh Marshall, and did you have thoughts on him before you found out about his his connection to David as his manager?
So I think they're we'll just keep going.
I didn't know Josh or know his name. I have dealt with people in that music world before, just because of somebody I was involved with a long time ago. And so I've seen that enabling, right? And I saw it with this girl that I dated that was in that world, and kind of the same thing happened, where it just seemed like anything you ask for, you can get away with. You just believe you're like bulletproof, and I think to an extent that's why he thought anybody could get rid of the car. But I can definitely tell you that these managers, and I've been like directly in that world before. These managers know everything about their clients. They literally manage their entire life, not just their music career. Everything is like so for and he was put, I wish I could say exactly who this email letter was sent to.
So here, listen to this part, because this is the part that he talks about how an email was sent to David's camp, and the very next day Celeste Rivas returned.
I remember that.
But I want you guys to listen to who the email came from.
Besides Josh, but there are people very, very close. There's a lot of people that were put on notice.
Can you read it to us, the email, without giving anything away?
But I can tell you, it wasn't just like Josh. It was like.
Can you reintroduce what it is, just for people who might have just been joining?
So when she went missing in 2024, some of her friends and family knew, they knew about David or whatever, and somebody. So
did you guys catch that part right there?
I missed it. Go back.
Some of her friends and family knew, they knew about David or whatever.
So he just he just said that Celeste's friends and her family knew about David.
Do you think like well, I'm not gonna name any names, but like the distraught cousin maybe emailed if her friends and family knew? She seems like the only one who cared.
No, I'll kind of tie things back around, but I just need to
Okay, let's listen.
Whatever, and somebody, so there's like a language barrier with the mom
Is there
does not speak
actually?
English, and the dad is not in the country, and so somebody was helping them. Somebody is very close to the family in Lake Elsinore and knows all of them, and wrote a letter.
Okay, listen to this part right here, you guys, because this is stuff that I learned last night.
And so somebody was helping them. Somebody is very close to the family in Lake Elsinore and knows all of them, and wrote a letter kind of on their behalf. And it was an email letter. It was sent to Josh and a family member of Josh and some other people, and basically said, we know that she's with him. I don't think they knew the address at the time, but they knew she's with him, and that they included the missing persons flyer. She's a missing person. She's 12 or 13 at that time. And the next I think it was the next day or the day after, she showed up. She just showed up on her own back home.
How did these people know Josh but not David?
It was an adult. It was an adult that just
a family friend.
Okay.
It was somebody that if you're trying to get a hold of David, I guess you could, and you have any knowledge of the industry and stuff, you could be like, okay, I can look up who his manager is and contact his manager.
So you think these people, these friends?
Does he think it's multiple people then?
Well, I think he knows exactly who it is, right? Because he basically said, I know somebody who sent that email.
Yeah. How would he? I guess he's a private investigator. I just don't know how they work, I guess, because wouldn't the police in theory have taken if they had done their full sweep, which we know they pretty much did not by leaving so many things behind, how would he have gotten all of that? Or did he say he had her phone, or did I mishear him?
No. So he didn't have her phone, but I'm sure he got in contact with people who knew her.
Okay, I'm understanding now.
But I'm looking for that screenshot of where Asia was made aware. When that DM was sent to her about.
I'm just like, did you really think it was a joke? Like, I don't understand what. I don't know. I personally don't think she would break a nail for David, but I do think she knew and is just trying to I don't know, everyone distance themselves because either one of them's going down or they're all going down.
Trying to find. Do you happen to have that screenshot?
I do somewhere. Let me look. I think I have it in the Discord. Let's see. I definitely. Oh, I know where it is. It's on Reddit. Hold on. I'll send the link. Let me just find it. I think our resident favorite posted it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through because they have all the pictures. Maybe I just search Asia.
I'm trying to find their post.
Okay, I found Asia. They must have it. Did Neo and Asian turn on David? Interesting.
Sorry, guys. I'm looking for the screenshot of the DM where H. Collins was made aware of the conversation.
I'm trying to think. I'm going to scroll through our chat too while we're...
Anyways, let me read the chats real quick.
Yeah, I'll look while you do that. Hold on. It has to be in here.
Alien Rufio said, yeah, this is serious protection for some underground singer, deep ties to somebody, right? Why I oughta, I love the name. Why I oughta. Asia said the
Okay, I think I found it. Hold on.
Asia said the missing photo that she saw didn't have Celeste's age on it.
Okay, sure. Okay, it's like a multi-part post. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Does it have just a screenshot of the conversation?
It has the screenshot, but like a bunch of, it's on the second page. Do you want me to just send you that one page?
No, actually, I have it here. So
okay, cool.
Just put it up right here. So I think I found it. So here, let me just continue this part right over here, though.
Friends of Celeste or family friends. They knew of David. They knew he was a singer. They didn't know how to get in touch with him, but they knew enough to Google possibly his manager. So they returned Josh Marshall's email just as strangers saying, hey, we think she's with your client or whatever. And then the next day she shows up back home.
They actually dug a little bit deeper into that and find out a little bit more.
But why would she? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just replying to Alien Babies. Like, if he showed multiple IDs, do they all have the same name on them?
I'm sure they do.
I mean, if he made a fake one, but also, I'm not saying I ever did this at all, allegedly, but every now and then I'd like lend an ID to someone, allegedly. So I'm just wondering if he could. I mean, like, look at. Again, sorry I'm going back to Epstein. It's just on my brain. And all the passports he had. Like,
well, let's just here. We'll just make it really simple, right? If you know somebody that you can buy drugs off of on the streets, you can damn well assume that you can buy anything else off of them, right? If it's fake IDs,
okay.
passports.
I'm from Maine, so I don't even know how you would get a fake ID here, to be honest.
Out here in LA, it's not hard to find, right?
Yeah, here it would be a lot harder.
Drugs are not hard. Coco Mom, thank you so much for
Coco Mom. I agree, Boss Bish, on that.
But yeah, I don't think Coco Mom, how are you? We miss you. We haven't seen you here on the channel in a minute, but we are glad that you are here hanging out with us.
I'm so glad to see you. Actually,
I wonder who was gifted. Who was gifted?
Yeah, if you got gifted something, drop some hearts and make sure you like everything.
Ramona, how's it going?
This is my first night ever doing any panels, so.
So, what were we just talking about?
We were going over the video, and I think we were gonna keep pressing on. I was just replying to a comment.
And people around Josh. And so, but yeah, so again, I don't want to give up. It would give up the person if and they don't want to be given up. But you know, so but the thing is, she showed up within 24 hours or so. So and then about a month later she split again.
Whoa, Steve. I mean, so Josh is going to be sitting right next to David in the cell, allegedly, if.
Josh is going to go down on this, I think. And again, it's shocking. I understand Interscope's probably like, don't nobody say anything, including David. But if I was Josh trying to save my career, I'd be like, I'd want to get out in front.
Here, and let me see. Let me just make sure, because there is, this is the email that they're referencing right over here. Right? So this is the email that they were just talking about. This came from some person. Obviously, we don't know who it was, but this was sent to David at mogul.vision, right? And I believe that this was a direct connection to the managers. So this may have gone out to multiple people, but the email basically said there's been talks that the artist D4VD possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. So this email was sent on February 19th, 2024, right?
So that's right after Valentine's Day, and she ran away on Valentine's Day. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And so, if you guys remember, there was a DM that took place. Oh, let me share this right here. There was this DM right here. Maybe I just need to click on this. It basically was a DM that was sent to Asia Collins on February 16th. So this was 3 days before that email was sent. And it basically states, right, this person sent wait, hold on. Okay, so this is a DM, a screenshot of this person's DM. And this person had a story posted, and Asia responded to her story. So it's not like the poster was sent to her, but this was posted as a story, and Asia responded to it, and it said, "Bro, this is my friend's girlfriend, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark." And so that person responded with, "Is there a way that you can confirm she's only 13? And then she responded with, "What the fuck? You're lying."
So if she replied to the story, does that mean they were following them or just like happened to see it? Because I mean, I don't see random stories, and it doesn't seem like she was replying to like anything else prior, or like that girl doesn't seem to have sent her that missing picture. Again, it looks like it's on a story.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on. What the heck?
There we go.
No, so this one doesn't show anything, no age. But I think the part of the missing poster where all the information was cut off.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that flyer did include it, and I mean, she says right there she's 13.
Correct. But I just found this was very odd that, you know.
It's definitely someone she follows, I'm sure. Or
Well, this is
maybe someone sent her it.
My understanding is this person who posted the story is either the hairstylist or the photographer that did a Valentine's Day shoot with Asia.
Okay, okay. I saw a comment about that and I got confused. Now I understand.
I think Boss Bitch put that comment up earlier and said the hairstylist.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Interesting.
So I don't know if this person who is the adult, right? And I'm assuming if this person's either the hairstylist or the photographer, they're in the business, they're in the industry, right?
Yeah, so they would have most likely followed if it was a photographer.
If I'm not mistaken, that this person also has a connection to Celeste and her family.
Okay. Huh.
Fake IDs can easily be obtained on dodgy Chinese sites. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, right. You can definitely get them on.
I've never tried to get a fake ID, so I really have
absolutely would not
zero idea. I'm 30, so I don't need one.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to risk doing that. But here's the email sent on February 19th. It says, "There's been talks that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home." So here's a copy of that missing person poster. So let's go back over here and finish this.
Front of this, I get what a defense attorney is going to say. I get what defense driver is going to say, and I understand why. But I'm talking about the court of public opinion, not the. You got to, like, if you're balancing both because you're a public figure, it's like, okay. And I know that's like every defense attorney is gonna be like, nope, I don't care about your career. Like,
yeah,
I'm trying to go out of prison. But the silence is deafening in this case. Like, nobody from his camp has said a word.
Wait, how did that go under the
I mean,
radar?
he hasn't said a word either.
Like,
I know he can't.
I guess I'm confused also because, like, so, and somebody just asked this. Hold on. They said, why was there still an official missing person report active if she was in contact with her family? Well, it came out that initial April missing flyer, you know, that was just what people were using when she was found deceased. Oh, look, this girl was missing at one point. She did return. She did leave again. So we know that. But, and I'm assuming that this letter was probably around April or February, maybe, of 2024, Steve, if that's, or was this before?
They've asked me not to give the exact date. No, but yes, but you would, no, but you.
Hold on. What did she say?
She said she doesn't
around
know.
April or February, maybe, of 2020.
April or February. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. Just listen because SF.
Okay.
24, Steve, if that's, or was this before?
They've asked me not to give the exact date. No, but yes, but you would, no, but you'd be right. You'd be right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just from what we know of this timeline.
They just said we just kept it at 2024, but yeah, I mean, you're right. You're saying, yeah, a little earlier in February. Well, I just said February, around February, maybe.
So there, he slips up and says February. So that, I don't know if that's confirmation that, you know, that email could have been from, well, I mean, obviously that email came out, so it's not anything.
Yeah, I would assume it would be right around the time that story was posted, but that's just my wild speculation.
Yeah. I guess I'm just like, okay, so how exactly was this?
So there was a missing persons report open, and so this is being that I only work missing cases, persons cases. It's so frustrating because the way these runaways get treated. So what happens is she'd already run away before. So now you open another missing persons report on her. So she's going to be labeled a habitual runaway. They're going to take the report and they're going to put her in a system called NCIC. And basically what that is if she comes in contact with any law enforcement agent around the country, she'll be flagged as a missing person. They'll then call the detective and be like, have her here. They'll do it. They're not out looking for her. When she initially goes missing, the first time they'll look for her. But once she's habitual, she's a runaway, and they're not looking for her. So this report's in there. So even if the family is in contact with her, one, I don't think the family is letting law enforcement know that. But even if they are, law enforcement can't clear a missing persons report until they do what's called a locate. And that means, so if I call and I say, hey, and this happens in every case where I do find something, I call and like, hey, I found so-and-so, right? And they'll be like, okay, we got to do a locate. So they send an officer out and they verify that it is the person. And if they're under 18, then they're taken to their home or whatever to set up, whether it be CPS is intervened, but if it's an adult, they'll ask them, do you want your, there's been a missing persons report filed for you. If they're of sound mind, then they'll say, listen, you have the right to either, we can tell them that you were located and clear the report, and we just call and say we've located them, they're safe, we can't give you any other information, they don't want their location given. That's perfectly fine. Or they can put them in touch with, who's been looking for them. Most of the time people are like, I don't want them to know. And now in her case, that wouldn't be a factor, but they'd have to do a locate. So even if the family had said, hey, we have talked to her, unless the officer actually put eyes on her, they're going to keep her in the system. But it just sits there because nobody's looking for them. These kids just get forgotten about. It's so sad. They're giving up. They're just like, hey, so we're just forget it.
Yeah, but what Ashley said, the minute you said this, and she put this in the chat, I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait a minute.
They do.
You can't call a 12-year-old. I mean, sure, you can say they're a runaway, but you can't just say, okay, well, I guess a 12-year-old ran away.
If we're saying that they're not old enough to consent to anything, not just sexual stuff, but not old enough to consent to make their own decisions and stuff like that, then we can't say, well, hey, they ran away once, they can do it on their own. It's like you can't have it both ways. It's like they're not runaway. Listen, with it, that is when you really need, as far as I'm concerned, those are actually more critical cases, because these are kids. Okay, I get it. Kids, they're going through a time, they get upset, they run away. But if they're doing it habitually, then it's time to jump in and with some trained therapists and find out what's going on at home. Why don't you want to stay there? Is there something that we need to know about? Is there abuse? Because so many times, especially in foster, I mean, listen, I love foster parents when they do stuff, but there are some bad actors in there too. And find out so many times these kids, like on my Twitter, I have a pinned story of this 14-year-old, just tragic situation. And finally we sat down and talked to her, and we're like, what is going on? Why do you keep doing this? And she's like, I just want to be heard. She's like, I just want somebody to listen. And like, she was getting I mean, the stuff that was going on to her, and we
I
sat
have a
down there. And
question.
we're like, what do you want?
Did he say who he's referring to here, or is he just referring to like a case he worked on?
So he's referring to, if you go to his page, he's talking about this person right here.
Okay. Okay. Who is it? I don't recognize the name.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious because I didn't know who he was talking about. I was like, did you slip with some info? But no, a different case.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's like, this is the type of treatment I think I need. This is where I want to go. Like, not the exact place, but I just like, I don't want to be locked up. Like, I feel like I'm in jail in this like juvenile place. And we worked with her, and we worked with the FBI, and we got her into this place, and she's thriving today, you know. And but instead of just this, hey, you're a chronic runaway, we give up on you. Well, if they can't consent to make their own decisions, then why are you leaving them out there on their own? Why don't you go talk and be like, why do you keep running away? Is there something we need to know about? Is a parent, is a family member, is a neighbor, is somebody doing something to you? Like what? But they don't do it.
No, and this goes back to sort of what you said. Celeste's mother doesn't speak English. It sounds like her father was not in the country. So
Wasn't that debunked?
Didn't
Or
have
no?
No, her mom really doesn't speak English well.
Okay.
But she is a citizen.
Yeah, no, I knew that. I just for some reason thought someone said that she could, but continue.
support system where her mom knew what to do. You're not from this country. You don't know what the hell to do when your kid runs away. I mean, did her mom possibly have a boyfriend who was, do we know anything like that was in the house and that was possibly suspect? I don't know, but I know that, the police are clearly probably waist deep in evidence. I can't even imagine how much tangible evidence they have to go through at this point, which is why I thought that the FBI would be involved because, again, interstate travel with the, the computers, the forensic, all this stuff. I'm just like, my head is spinning. So I don't know, but this has been really eye-opening for me, especially this email that you mentioned that we won't go any deeper on that, but hopefully we'll have more information soon. I think, again, the public is just so concerned as to why there hasn't been an arrest yet. I know.
I think it's gonna be a while too, because I think that they gotta wait for the tox results to come back because again, if they arrest them, they gotta charge.
The boss bitch just gifted 10 memberships in the chat. Okay. Dang. It's a lot of gifted memberships you sent in tonight, the boss bitch. Thank you so much. Everybody who just received
Boss
the
bitch
membership,
is a baller.
make sure you thank the boss bitch in the chat for your gifted memberships. And everybody
Side note,
gifted membership. Welcome to
make
the
sure that
anniversary,
you're
man.
turned on for gifts.
Yep.
On your
Make
page,
sure that you
so
have
you
the
can
gifts
receive them.
enabled. Better check your settings. Thank you to boss bitch. Thank you again, everybody who received the gifted membership.
We do, to boss.
All right, let's continue.
The DA's got to charge him within 3 days and business days, and so here it's been running like 60 days to get toxicology back. Now, could they put a rush on this? They could have, but even high-profile cases like Michael Jackson stuff took months for it to come back. So it could take a while. Now, can they charge him? Could they be like, okay, we've got this other evidence. We've got something from the Tesla. So could they charge him without it being deemed a homicide? Absolutely. They don't have. And so there's also constant communication between the medical examiner's office and the detectives, and they can informally be like, this is going towards homicide. So just because we don't see it, but I also don't think he's a flight risk. People think he's a high-profile person. People are going to know if he's left the country. The U.S. Marshal, you don't trick the U.S. Marshal's office. You just don't, And so it sucks. I know people want justice right away, but I think the DA's office and LAPD is saying, okay, let's, and also keep in mind, even though he's already got a lawyer, right? Once they bring him in, they got to Mirandize him. And so then once he's under Miranda and he invokes that, anything, he can't get anything from him. Right. So And if you do, by breaking that, then it's all fruits of a poisonous tree type of thing. It can ruin the other stuff. So they know that they know that he's not going to talk for one. But I mean, once they put him under Miranda, so I think what they're saying is let's keep an eye on him because he could slip up. I mean, here's a kid that is probably under a ton of pressure, right? I mean, I get he's probably a narcissist and probably like, oh, I didn't, but it's probably getting to him. And maybe they're saying, hey, maybe he'll make some stupid middle of the night statement, even if he tries to delete it.
Well, so because this this podcast that we're watching specifically, it's about 5 months old, right? We do believe that the toxicology report has come back. The only problem is that LAPD has filed to have all of these documents sealed. So they, at this point, if they aren't in, actually, we do know that they've returned because her profile on the medical examiner website has just been completely removed. And when that happens, that's normally because her case file has been placed. What's it called? Totally just went blank.
What place?
Her file was sealed.
Oh,
So
yeah.
There's no way to get them.
Yeah, I wonder when they'll have permission to release it.
Probably as soon as this thing goes to trial.
Yeah.
Got all that. They're tapped into Discord and all those social media
Sharon,
platforms.
Sharon asked a great question. Why not just officially name him as a person of interest? I mean, it's clear that he is. It's his car she was found in. Why don't they do that?
It might be because they're trying to give him somewhat of a false sense of security, like, hey, you haven't been charged yet. Maybe I can make some comment. Because even if he makes a comment he thinks beneficiary to him, if they have evidence that that's not exactly the case, then that's stuff that they can use against him. So listen, I do think they want him in custody. I just think that they're like, I think it's much more the DA's office than LAPD. I mean, they're working, listen, I guarantee there's already a DA assigned to this case and they're working. And listen, the DA has amazing in-house investigators. So their investigators are also working on this, not just law enforcement. I mean, well, they are law enforcement also, but I mean, it's not just LAPD or possibly FBI, but those are top-notch investigators at the DA's office. So I think there's a lot going on, and I think what they're saying is, hey, give him a little breathing room, see if because he talks a lot. We know that he likes to be online, and if he thinks he's using
in this chat right now, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, if he thinks
probably
he's using an encrypted,
I think he was here earlier.
We don't know, but I mean, what we do know is that people that are closely related to this case have been watching our videos here. So, I mean, it's not far-fetched to believe that he is, still lurking around the Reddits, people's lives.
Yeah. If he's not in like a mental health facility, then I totally believe he's lurking on the internet.
I once thought that he was possibly in in rehab, but I mean, I don't think he is. I just, the police, if law enforcement wants him to come in for questioning, they have to contact his lawyer first. They can't just ask him to come in.
That they might be able to crack, who knows, but
yeah, and I think I've just been shocked that TMZ, who is all over everyone's case, has not spotted him since he came back to Los Angeles. Like, where is he?
I don't know if he came back to Los Angeles. I have no information.
Oh, come on! There is no way a dead body was found, and there's no way that police are gonna be like, let's talk on the phone, right? No way in hell.
Well, so what they originally said when it first came out that they ID'd her was that he was continuing his shows, but he was scheduled to do a show at the Great Theater here, would have been last Saturday, I believe. And so they said that they had scheduled to speak with him on that Sunday, I believe it was, or he was going to talk to them on Saturday and then play the Great Sunday. And I was like, and I even tweeted about it, I'm like, are you kidding me? Like this, hey, just come in at your convenience,
So, Mama Mia, there were rumors that he may potentially have been in rehab, and the only reason why is because Blair Burke has been known to send her clients directly to rehab so they can be away from the public scene and not be seen. So, because she's done that before in the past, there were not concerns, but there are rumors that Blair Burke may have done the same thing with David, as his name, became more prevalent as him being a target.
Yeah. So what do you think? Where do you think he is? You just think he's chilling?
If you want me to put my tinfoil hat on,
Yes, I do.
and come up with
Plop it
some
on there.
conspiracies, I would probably say he's probably hiding out at the 804 house.
Okay.
And the reason why is because we know that there is involvement with this 804.
Don't you think that someone would have found him by now if he was there, though?
I mean, if he hasn't gone outside, I mean,
Yeah, but if you have to get your groceries delivered or XYZ, walk outside to get your mail.
You really think David is going to get his own groceries?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. You can order them, but you still have to go outside to grab them. They don't bring it in your house.
I mean, unless he has a manager living with him, right?
I guess that's very true.
Um,
You're not wrong. But who would still be living with him now? I feel like everyone's trying to get as far away from him as they possibly can.
I mean, unless you're his record label.
That's very true. But
you still haven't dropped him.
They took him off their website, but
that doesn't mean anything, though.
Exactly. I was like, that's just superficial, but I guess that's cool. Let's go on this video.
So, but if you were to ask me if he's not in rehab, I think there's a good potential that he may be staying at the 804 place. And the reason why I say that is because up until this day, no mainstream media, no TMZ, nor has Steve Fisher ever once acknowledged the fact that there is an 804 location, right?
Okay. Which one's 804? Can you remind me?
That's the house that has
Doheny?
well, they're both on Doheny, right? They're both on
Okay.
One is 1368 Doheny Drive, and then the other one, or Doheny, and then this one's 804 Doheny Place. So this is the one.
Is there a garage there? Weird
don't know.
question.
No, but this is the one where the house is just kind of covered with tall bushes, so you can't really see
Okay.
it.
I was just wondering if you could see a car parked in there. Those are just my immediate thoughts. Is like,
Let me see. Hold on.
where was his car? If he's there, stuff like that. You know.
Hold on 1 second. Let me look for this really quick and see if
Because he bought a new Tesla shortly after, right?
not necessarily.
No.
I know it
Okay.
wasn't in his name.
Okay.
So here, let me share this really quick with you guys. So this is the 804 location.
Okay.
So if
I
you guys
see.
have never seen this house before, this house is the one where he was. This is actually the house where the Twitch stream took place. So you can see here that this place is heavily covered.
Do you
Does it
think
have-
Celeste was living there, not the mansion?
Oh shoot! Is this the same car?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Is that a Tesla?
Hold on. This is
That would be wild.
This
You
is
can't see it.
Anyways, sorry. I've been looking for a car this color, this model for.
You should screenshot it so you can.
Hold on 1 second. I definitely need to.
Yeah, because that's actually a pretty fucking crazy find, honestly. I've been looking for like freaking Nancy Drew for any clue that I can at this point.
Sorry, there's a very specific reason why I need this car. This car, this color.
Because he got a black one after, right?
Well, there was a red one that he purchased. So here's
Okay.
to answer your
Give me
question.
the DL.
There is no garage. There's a storage. But this is the
Okay.
house where Celeste and David recorded their Twitch stream. So this is the
Okay.
house right here. 804.
That
and
is
then you have-
beautiful, I will say.
Then you have 1368.
Can you remind me why there's no footage from the house? Weird that it's all blurred out. Was
oh,
that
you can-
always blurred?
Not for a long time, but I think it was.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think I've gone all the way down that road and I have never seen it blurred out like
I think on
that.
Apple Maps it's still up, but on Google Maps
Interesting.
it's blurred out. And you can do this. You just got to call them up. I think there's a fee to have it privatized, so you can't see it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I just was pointing out that was not always there.
Yeah.
For
so
anyone who like hasn't watched this or looked down the road, that definitely was not always.
what I find very odd is that there's another Tesla Model X, very similar in year. I want to say it might possibly be the same year, that has the same exact dirt marks on it.
Yeah.
I found very odd.
Yeah, because he would have to be inside that house like perpetually. Otherwise, someone's gonna grab a picture eventually.
Right. But yeah.
Oh, and Mamma Mia said rehab for what? I personally believe maybe drugs, but I think he's gonna go with his mental health, to be honest.
I don't know. I mean, there's always a possibility, right? But
I
I
just
don't.
think HIPAA is the only thing that would save him at the moment, truly.
We've had talks about that.
Yeah, that's just the only thing that personally makes sense to me. I just don't know how you would, because everyone very much knows about this address. I'm sure. I mean, we watched Nancy. I always call her Nancy Grace, Nancy Guthrie, and that guy who drove by 100 times. Like, I'm sure they're getting the same thing here. Like the person who found the Tesla key in the ditch. Like. People are lurking there.
This
I
ditch
would.
over here is where they found it.
Okay. Do we think he might have had a third house to stay at?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they said that Celeste stayed at another property that was in West.
I remember that.
Downtown LA, but I mean, can't confirm that.
Yeah, I was just wondering and pondering out loud.
Apparently, when they pulled the SD card, the neighbor's cameras across the street, it deleted the files. So, well, it's not that they.
I think it wrote over it. It took too long for them to try to get it. Because unlike.
In a recent interview, SF said that he had made an attempt to get in contact with some of the neighbors. I think he said directly across the street, but can't confirm, right? And apparently the person who lived in this house is also in the music industry, but this is not their main property. And basically he was saying that when they were due to upgrade their security system, when they had pulled out the hard drives, what it does is it clears out and wipes out all of the memory that's inside of it.
Interesting. Yeah, because CCTV footage typically for like personal use is only held for 30 days, whereas like commercial stuff is typically 360 days because that's how long you have to be able to like file an injury lawsuit. Like if you got hurt at, let's say, an amusement park. Sorry, my light went out again. But yeah, so typical CCTV footage is only held for like 30 days because I looked into it a while back because I was curious about if they got footage from that trip to the amusement park and
Wait,
like how long they hold on to it.
You're talking about CCTV or private security cameras?
I guess it depends on the
because if
I
it's
guess
private,
it depends on the plan. I don't know how.
Well,
how was Nancy Guthrie's? That's what I'm trying to think of.
Well, that I don't know. Well, that's a completely different one because that is like subscription based and.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what security system they had. I guess
it's not. Well, this is what you would consider like high end security.
Okay.
Right? For these type of like multi-million dollar properties.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let's go back to this. Let's finish this. We're almost done with it, you guys. Almost there.
Now, since listen, Reddit. I don't ever want Reddit like looking into me. Like these people,
truly though,
they're incredible. I mean, like I'm like, damn, they are good. Like and so Reddit's turned his life upside down, and he may have had a change of heart. And I don't know, he could be in Texas with family or something like that, or I don't know where he is.
I could
but
see
I think
Texas.
things have changed because of Reddit. I mean, what these people have done with the Discord server and stuff like that is way to go. I know everybody's like, oh, don't have the public involved in this investigation. Don't let law enforcement do it. Reddit,
public
do your thing. Like, I'm impressed. I'm like, yeah.
Wait, well, now you're making me think here, Steve, because now you're making me think, the only thing David's team, quote unquote, said is that he is cooperating with law enforcement.
So, Ash, you brought up a good point, right? Neo's Tesla was blue, right? If I'm not mistaken, I want to say that this was Neo's car, but to be honest with you, I don't know what kind of car Neo drives. I've heard speculations on him having a blue Tesla. For a long time.
I wonder if I can lurk down any pictures of him in a Tesla.
You might be able to, but for a very long time, we did hear that Neo also drove a blue Tesla.
I wonder who bought that for him. That's expensive.
Well, I mean, if
does he come from money? I mean, I watched his mom's movie. It's not, but I know it got awards. But
wait, you've watched it?
Yeah, Star sent us the link.
Where? Because
I'll resend it to you. I sent it.
I haven't seen it.
It's not good. It was painful.
I do know that. So for those of you guys who are very aware of the movie that his mom made, that was called "Are You for Great Sex?" The reason why you can't find it anywhere is because the movie title was changed. And so we were able to find that movie on Amazon. And I'm considering buying it. Should we buy it?
I don't think you can because I tried. You can go on there, but I searched torrent sites. I searched there. So unless it got put back up, I only found it on Reddit.
I don't know. I mean, I put up a video post on Reddit of a small clip of that movie, trying to see.
Let me see, because Stars sent me a link.
All right, for now we'll continue this.
Yeah, continue the video. She's probably asleep.
Could cooperating mean like a single phone call saying, yes, that's my car, I didn't do it, but go ahead and search it and search my house. I don't care, I didn't do it. I'll be at my parents' house in Texas. Call me if you need me. God, that could be the case right now where he's literally sitting pretty playing, whatever you play, Xbox at his parents' house while this investigation continues and they sit through. No,
Fortnite's on the computer.
Wouldn't they take his devices if they had a search warrant for the home?
Well, not if you have the devices with him, but now I guarantee they have search warrants to get it, the cloud-based stuff. Whether they got his physical devices, I'd say probably not, because I don't think he was now, except for what he left behind, but his critical devices are going to be what he has on him. And they're probably not. And now they can't have direct. If it's true that he did hire Brett Burke then they can't have direct. They can't call him directly and be like, "Hey, they have to go through the attorney now." So
I mean, my texts are on my computer. Like I simultaneously. I don't know. I just do that with Mac. I'm assuming maybe not assuming, but he most likely does as well because I'm sure he has an Mac. And
they have all the cloud-based stuff, but what they really are going to want is the device itself, so they can run a Cellbrite on it and get into those deleted registries and see what's been deleted and everything. Because you think you're deleting stuff, but you're not. And Cellbrite can. It's amazing what Cellbrite can do, but they have to actually connect to the physical device to do that. So
totally. Oh my goodness, there is so much, and again, you're amazing. Everything that you've said has been so helpful, and everything you post is helpful. I'm always retweeting you, and it's making me just think about things. Yeah, and I know that. Yeah, we are both in contact. Go ahead.
The Tesla is going to be a big thing too. And I was kind of surprised they only kept the Tesla for 2 days in processing, and then it's available to be released now. So they only kept it from the 8th to the 10th. Now, Grant, I know that they can just do a data dump. It doesn't take that long to back up, but it appears that it's intact and everything. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't. I know 2 days is pretty quick. I mean, they do got to give the car back after a certain amount of time. They can't keep it indefinitely, right? So I know people think like, oh, I can't believe they're letting the house be rented. I mean, once they process the house, they're out. they're allowed right back in, and you only have a certain amount of days under a search warrant that you can search the house. I think it has to be executed usually within 5 days or whatever, and then they're out, and then it's theirs. But I think the Tesla. The house, maybe I don't know if it's gonna be a value or not. How much value that was, just because he was out on tour, unless it happened there, But who knows? I mean,
well, why would Josh break the lease unless something really bad? I mean, there's a lot of reasons he could. Sorry, that was a dumb thing to say, but
That's me all the time.
It's gonna be. Listen. When I like I said, I don't live far from there, and a couple times I've gone by. There's still, as of yesterday, multiple news trucks parked literally right in front of the house, and it's a small street, so they're probably like, I don't want to live there. But
didn't someone buy it though?
Totally fair.
Yeah, but it's not the fact they haven't made a comment. Like if Josh or David had come out and been like, listen, just please let the process play out. Please trust that I'm going to tell everything when I can, the typical stuff here, but we've heard nothing. I mean, he has ruined, it's ruined his career. It's ruined, I'm sure, Josh's career to an extent, because they've chosen to stay quiet, which I get the defense attorneys want, but it's like, you got to balance that with saving your career. It doesn't look like he had much interest in saving his career, which makes you think there must be something to hide.
Something's going on. Yeah. Well, I guess I will throw out my hopes of possibly hearing something this week. So I just don't think that's going to happen based on again the talks. And again, like her body was brought in, discovered on the 8th, as this document that we both got says as of the 19th, she's still pending further medical evaluation.
Yeah.
Which probably includes the toxicology. So 4 more.
So,
3 more.
and they do, once they do the autopsy, the initial examination, they always release it, especially for like religious reasons and stuff. They don't keep the body there forever. What they do is they take panels. So they take slices of the organs and stuff, and they keep them, and then they obviously the full photograph, and they do all the radiographs and stuff like that, and then they can actually then evaluate everything, from imagery later. So they don't actually keep the body. So it wasn't weird that they released it that quick. But if you go back and you look on the medical examiner's website, I was doing it yesterday, and I went back to cases that in like early July and the end of June, because if you look at cases, anybody that's in their 30s, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, those are typically.
Really? I didn't know that. $100K a month. What the hell?
Yeah, that's insane.
Dear Lord. Who
I'm
lives
trying to find
there?
the link, but I don't. I'll find it later.
Big money rub shoulders with some crazy people. That's what Rufio said.
Going to be deaths that weren't of natural causes, and you look and they'll also deferred, still not completed. And then it was like the end of June when I started hitting then they list, overdose and the drugs that were in the system and stuff. So it looks like right now it's the end of June, first week of July are the cases where the reports are coming back and stuff. So we could have a couple months before now her case could be accelerated a little bit because it's a high profile case and there are possible homicide charges, but it could be a couple months before we get that determination. But they can make a determination of homicide of the manner of death, which is, accidental, unaliving, homicide. I'm forgetting the other, those that can be determined earlier if they're like, okay, we have something that we can definitely say, okay, it was homicide or whatever. But
yeah, I just pulled it up. If you saw, I think you had pulled this up yesterday as well, where it does confirm.
The cause will take till it comes back, because the cause is where they would list acute fentanyl, overdose, or they'll list all the various things. But the manner could be determined earlier. But if there's no obvious things like a gunshot wound in the or something like that in the skull or in another body part, then that could remain like until they get the tox back, and then they take everything together, and then the doctor will say, okay, based on all this, I think it's, or it could come back undetermined too. Undetermined is a manner of death. So,
and that's the worst. That is going to send us all into that will make me never sleep again. If it comes back undetermined, I should just kiss my sleep goodbye. But is it weird? This probably doesn't matter. My physical paper from the medical examiner's office says it was signed by Deputy Medical Examiner Alma Martinez, but the Deputy Medical Examiner on here is different.
Yeah, so that's so what you have. What that is that's a procedural thing. So sometimes before even before a death certificate is generated, which can take a little while, people need proof for whatever reason that a person's passed away, whether it be to be able to enter their to get their belongings in an apartment or to show their employer, whatever it may be. So that what that is just saying, hey, here is proof that this person is deceased and we did ID them. And that's all. It's not even official death certificate. It's just a notification. It's the proof of death. So, and there's various reasons that people, may need those, like family members or whoever, just to say, hey, this person died. We don't have the death certificate yet, but here, they could have court hearings coming up, whatever it may be,
Oh, okay, got it. And Ashley said life insurance too. I don't know. I mean,
so life insurance will wait until the entire report is done, including they have to have cause and manner because they don't pay out on unaliving and stuff like that. So, but you can notify the insurance company, but they're not going to do anything on it. But yeah, that anything like that, like her school, if the school's like, where's she at? Like, hey, we don't have death certificate. Here's proof that she did die. If it wasn't a high profile case like this, where they
I mean, when I got this envelope, I was like, what? Already? I was freaking out. I was like, oh my gosh. And then I opened it and I was like, all right, well, I mean,
and even once they come
oh wait, is this the official document?
They take a while to get the report out, unfortunately.
Yeah,
because they have to finalize it. And in high profile cases,
this is just the website.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The final report has to then go through a review process with a board of like 4 or 5 people, and it takes a long time. Like Hannah Kobayashi's father's took a long time.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about her.
Yeah.
Ooh. Hannah Kobayashi, I remember that. Then her dad committed. He committed. Poor guy.
Bring her up. I'm gonna get annoyed all over again. All the time I wasted looking for that girl.
Yeah.
Seriously, I think we were on Court TV together for that case. I think that's.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think we were actually. I just thought of that. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I was in Tennessee at the time. I had just found her. Like I'd gotten the information where she was like a couple days earlier than I went to Tennessee for Sebastian Rogers' case. But yeah, that's right. We were. That's right. I had a little audio problem. They kept being like, okay.
I actually remember that.
Yeah, they took me off and put me out, and then when I was on, I sounded drunk because the audio was so slow. It was like
no, you really didn't. They always have like audio visual issues. It's like I don't know, whatever. But no, Steve. Everybody needs to go follow Steve on Twitter, especially at SF Investigates. He is.
I only say this because there's people that spoof my account. It's SF_investigates. Go to SF Investigates and go to the fake FBI thing.
Okay, so it's SF_investigates, and then I've also included his website in the episode notes. Yes, for this. No, for sure. Because Steve is the one that you guys know me. I'm New York. I love to be boots on the ground. I love to go to where things happen, but like I'm not in LA and I can get calls, I can do what but Steve's he's got the information and he doesn't have the gossip, which is what I'm looking for. So I really want to thank you for sharing all this info with us. Thank you for your time, and please update us all as you find everything. And yes, he is, everyone loves him. Ashley Oaks says unblock her. Maybe it's a mistake. Yeah.
I'm a little controversial on Twitter. I'll let people know. There's a lot of people that come at me because I'm in some cases that people don't agree with. Like I was investigating Riley Strain, and I'm also in Sebastian Rogers. There's a lot of people that have a heated, they go after the parents and stuff. So I've blocked people, but I will if I don't see their screen name. But if somebody sends me a screen name, I'll unblock them.
Okay, yeah. I think sometimes, like, I've put in keywords before, and I think some people have done that too. She says she's never interacted with you ever, or, like,
Oh, really?
commented. Yeah. So, but that's what it could have been, like, just like a keyword thing, like who knows, whatever.
Yeah.
And she's sweet. I know her. She never says anything nasty.
Okay.
But
What's her screen name?
Ashley, what's your Twitter handle? We'll just,
He's gonna put,
we'll just wait
he's gonna put it on the permanently blocked list.
here for you. You can follow Steve now.
Yeah, or you can
So-
Permablock.
Yeah. I'll definitely let you
Okay.
know. But
Yeah.
Steve, really, thank you so much
Yeah.
again. We will
Thanks
all
for
be
having me.
following you, and following this case. You've done great work. So thanks everyone in the chat as well. Bye guys.
Bye. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Everyone have a great.
Okay.
You're out. Blocked. We're calling HR.
Call HR.
That's my favorite thing, except mostly I just call HR on myself.
Cassier says, will you go walk around both of those houses with some spy gear on? Maybe those glasses, bring a girl or something so it looks innocent. Working on something. Working on something in the background. So
I'll go.
you stay your ass in Maine.
I've been to LA like 3 times in my life.
And
It was interesting. It's very different than Maine. I was a little culture shocked. I won't lie to you. But it was fun. I drove around the country and I don't know. It was weird there compared to Maine. Maine's called vacation land for a reason.
yeah, you're definitely on the other side of the continent.
I'm as far as I can possibly get, so I'm like, come at me. I'm in Maine.
Right. So any last thoughts before we wrap it up?
No, I feel like all my questions that I had got answered, unless there's anything in like the chat that people
Any
have
other last
questions
questions
about.
from anybody in the chat? The boss bitch said, gifted memberships or cash app to me. I enjoy his content and support what he's doing. So yeah, you guys, if you guys want to support the channel, there are definitely ways. You guys can send us a cash app. You can send us a Venmo, buy us a coffee. Or you just
Subscribe and join our really cool Discord where we post updates on Celeste like all the time, pretty much.
Yeah, we definitely. I mean, we do have a members only Discord where we do continue the conversation. The conversations literally continue like 24/7. Maybe not 24/7, but normal business hours, I guess you can say. And I will not lie, you guys definitely get the scoop in the Discord before it goes on to the lives.
You definitely do. It's worth it. I'm telling y'all, and I'm not biased, I swear.
So Mad Productions Jay says a summary for the viewers that just joined. So do you want to say anything?
So we kind of went over some interesting old interviews with David, and also like went over the I guess extended version of that live stream where Celeste talks about raping kids, and that context really honestly changed a lot for me. I found a lot of interesting takes and things that I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't been already following the case. So it's very interesting to look back on these old videos, especially that one scene right there where he's putting his hand on her shoulder. I just think that is such a power move, and I think the stream really highlighted dynamics. At least I came in halfway through. I feel like we talked a lot about dynamics that could be in play, like Stockholm Syndrome, for example. Like, we did a whole lot of talking and thinking, but you would have to talk about the first half because I wasn't here.
I mean, there are a ton of things that we reviewed, right? We basically reviewed this whole entire vlog or live stream that SF Investigates did with Lauren Conlon.
Death, a manner of death. It just
really
leaves.
quick. This basically was a a live stream that was very early on in the case, about like 5 months ago, and this basically just kind of talked about some of the things that you may have forgotten, like the email that was sent, who it was sent by. They didn't give us a name, but I think by reasonably deducing, we can kind of understand that it was sent by somebody who knows the family of Celeste or Celeste.
And I think that Asia followed them, to be honest, because
somebody that also
no one
works
sent it to her. She
Correct.
replied.
Correct. Yeah, and I think for a long time, people were under the assumption that that was sent to her.
Yeah.
So
I after taking like a little bit of a deeper look at it, that was something that jumped out to me for sure.
But Alien Baby said the Trapmore Ross video regarding the Asia comments. We did a live on that. I think one of our last lives we did, which I can give you guys the link. Let me drop the link for it over there. Let me see. That's Trapmore Ross. Let me get mine. Because we did a live stream on this.
TLR.
We did this one. Oh, this was about, when did we do it?
I don't know. There's been so much. I honestly, the last like kind of 2 weeks, I had to like take a break and come back with some fresh set of eyes because I feel like I'm missing something.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We did.
Well, we can always drop it in the Discord too. And
Alien
that's another
Baby.
reason to join the Discord.
Alien Babies, I forgot to mention, because I do know that you're in the Discord, but I don't think you have access to everything. So I would encourage you to make sure that you connect your YouTube account to sorry, I just seen something pop up on the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case.
Also, I can finish what you were going to say. There is actually a lot of people who have not linked their YouTube to the Discord, which means you don't have access to every single server we have, including the cases that we look into. And if you're not able to see everything, definitely just go connect it. There's instructions.
Yeah, we have over 100 people in the Discord, and only like 40 people have access to everything. And that's either because your membership has lapsed and Discord has removed your access, or you haven't connected your YouTube account to your Discord. So if you want to, in short, and hold on, we just got a donation on the Cash App. So thank you so much.
Thank you too,
for your
dog. I
Cash App
am
donation.
feeling like shit.
But yeah.
Tudo, sorry.
Off topic, but Sydney is insanely pretty. Tattoos blend so well, and her style is incredible. Love the channel.
Thanks.
That's from Tudo.
That's so nice.
Thank you so much for your Cash App donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Boss Bitch. You are literally the star of every live.
So you support the channel very heavily, so we really, really appreciate your support.
Especially donating so many memberships. That is so great to help the channel grow.
Well, let's see. Hold on. Let's see how many she's donated tonight.
I think like 10.
10, 15, 20, 30 gifted memberships tonight.
So everyone make sure they have in their settings that accept gift memberships if you have not. Because that's a lot of gifts.
All right.
Hell
Amy,
yeah.
you said it. Gotta connect.
Yeah, I'll see you on Discord.
Yeah.
I also love your picture.
Sydney will run the Discord. But again, you guys, if you guys are on, we do carry the conversation over out on the Discord throughout the day. We do have little voice chats there too. We actually just had one, I don't know, for about 3 hours today. So the conversations, don't just end here on the Discord. Anything else you want to say before we wrap up?
Me? No, I feel like that was great. I had a great time. I'm really stoked that we got to do a panel.
I know. Wasn't really planning. I wasn't even planning to go live tonight, but here we are, 4.5
I
hours
wasn't
later.
either.
Well,
I'm
how
like,
did
I don't.
your panel go?
It went good, I think. It
Because
was the
it's
first
something
one, so
new.
now I was like prepared. I was warmed up. But it was nice. I feel like I'm learning how to stream, but right now I'm being lazy, so I just have my AirPods in and my laptop. So,
Nice. All right, you guys,
but
that's gonna be it for the show.
yeah,
Sid, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much to let me see who joined earlier. We had Chase join earlier. We had Stars. We had Whitney.
we had Stars. I missed you guys.
Stars was here at the beginning of it. So
I'm so excited to rewatch. I came in like halfway through the other one because you said they were going over the stuff that I talked about. So I was like, "Ooh, I can do this."
So Mama Mia is asking, do you have a channel, Sydney?
Yes, it's not. It's in the beginning stages. So like, if you watch them, probably skip like 10 minutes of me trying to figure out the sound. But I'm working on it. But it's just not Sydney Shea. It's the same.
Yeah, so if you look up her handle, you should be able to find it.
Right now I'm pretty boring and reacting to things, but they're fun things. So but awesome. I'm gonna get off because it is 6:20 in the morning here, and
Now I have work in about 4.5 hours. So
hell yeah, we gonna be tired as fuck.
yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out. Thank you all.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mama Mia. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's support because it's a team effort.
Let's see if we can find your channel. I'll drop a link.
Woo!
Hold on.
Good morning. My boyfriend's probably gonna kill me in the other room, but that's okay. Oh, thank you guys.
There you go. There's her link. Go ahead and sub up.
Thank you guys, and don't forget to hit the like button before you leave.
Yeah. There you go, Cat's
Oh.
here. He'll be
Yeah,
back.
Cat's here. Okay, I'm actually going now. Bye.
All right, you guys. Thank you guys so much for let me just kind of turn this off. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. All of you guys who donated to the channel, the Boss Bitch, for practically funding the channel, right? We had Cindy who gifted 5 gifted memberships. I gifted 5 memberships. Ronan gifted 5 memberships. The Boss Bitch gifted 30 gifted memberships. I know y'all for your $1.99 super chat. But yeah, that was it. We did a ton of stuff tonight. So thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. Really appreciate it. Again, that's going to be it for me tonight. I will see you guys later. And we're on StreamYard today, so I don't really have so much of an outro because we're not on OBS. Anyways, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Peace.